Welcome. I'm Dr. Gretchen Blycker, and I'm honored to begin this journey with you. In my years of clinical practice, research, teaching, I've witnessed something profound. When we bring compassion, curiosity, and embodied awareness to our inner lives, our bodies, our energy, and our minds, we create the conditions for deep healing and authentic sexual well-being. This podcast, The Sacred Garden Mandala, is an invitation to cultivate your inner landscape with care, an invitation to explore sexuality as a source of vitality, meaning, and connection, and an invitation to walk this path together, whether you're seeking healing, awakening, renewed intimacy, or a more grounded relationship with yourself. Thank you for being here. Let's begin. Sacred Garden Mandala for Sexual Wellbeing Guide. Audiobook announcement. Sacred Garden Mandala. This episode's a special release, the complete audiobook edition of the Sacred Garden Mandala for Sexual Wellbeing that's directly woven into Season 1 of the Sacred Garden Mandala podcast. Rather than offering a single theme conversation this week, I'm sharing the full guided journey so you can listen in order as a 17-chapter arc or return to the chapters that meet you right now. This audiobook blends polyvagal theory, informed somatic practices with Tibetan yoga and Nejang yoga, with threads and mandala garden wisdom to offer a steady, trauma-aware path towards sexual well-being, love, and awakening. In this audiobook, you'll find a complete chapter-by-chapter audio guide you can follow like a seasonal garden, rooting, preparing, planting, growing, pollinating, harvesting, integrating. Included are the core frameworks of the Sacred Garden Mandala, center, inner ring, outer ring, the 5 elements, and a modern reflection model for daily integration. This is oriented with trauma-informed information to support safety, consent, boundaries, and nervous system regulation without turning sexuality into a performance. Included are invitations for gentle practices you can pause, repeat, or skip, designed to build self-trust one small moment at a time. As a reminder, if you're driving or doing anything that's important that you have your full presence and your attention, please simply just listen and know that the episodes includes invitations to pause, reflect, or journal that are optional, and you can always return at a later time. Also, really importantly, if you experience anything that feels activating, you're invited to slow down, orient to the space around you and your body, and come back to the invitation or inquiry only when you feel supported. You'll find a link to the audiobook and listening options in the show notes for this episode and in every episode going forward, so you can easily return to the chapters you want. If you're new here, you can start with episode 1 for the beginning of the journey, or use this series as a toolkit, returning to the episodes that meet you where you are. We will begin the audiobook's chapter-by-chapter path. Until then, let this introduction be a soft doorway. Take what fits, leave what doesn't, and let your body set the pace. Sacred Garden Mandala for Sexual Wellbeing is a trauma-informed, spiritually honoring guide to reclaiming intimacy with your body, desire, and relationships without turning sex into another performance metric. Through the living metaphors of the mandala and garden, I offer a practical, compassionate map for understanding what's happening inside of you and what you need next. More safety, more support, more truth, more choice. This book weaves embodiment practices, mindful sexuality, and contemporary sex therapy frameworks with sacred wisdom orientations. You'll learn to work with the Sacred Garden Mandala, center, inner ring, outer ring, the 5 elements, wind, fire, water, earth, space, and a modern reflection model for daily integration, supporting consent, boundaries, nervous system regulation, emotional intelligence, and sustainable pleasure. We will be exploring understanding why intimacy might feel difficult at times, and we'll reframe things as navigational problems, not personal failures. We will integrate and build embodied safety and self-trust, especially after shame, stress, or trauma, and work with practices that strengthen consent, boundaries, and communication without losing tenderness. We'll work skillfully with desire, numbness, anxiety, and protective responses. And we'll use mandala-based reflections to integrate insights into everyday life and relationships. Whether you're healing from sexual shame, navigating trauma recovery, building trust after rupture, or simply longing for a more ethical, embodied, spiritually spacious approach to sexuality, Sacred Garden Mandala for Sexual Wellbeing offers a steady map, an invitation to tend the conditions where intimacy can naturally bloom. Sacred Garden Mandala for Sexual Wellbeing. I'm Dr. Gretchen Blycker. Welcome. I'm delighted you're here. Introduction. This audiobook is meant to be listened to gently. As you listen, you don't have to absorb everything. You don't have to agree with every idea. And you don't have to force yourself forward. Take what fits, leave what doesn't. Let your body set the pace. The mandala and the garden. Let's begin with 2 images that travel together in this work, the mandala and the garden. A mandala is an ancient form found across cultures, a circular image that reflects wholeness, relationship, and coherence. It's a way of organizing complexity into something we can see and feel. In this audiobook, I'm using the mandala like a map, not to score you, not to diagnose you, and definitely not to tell you what you should experience. Just to help you locate where you are so you can choose a next step with care and without shame. This garden brings in a different kind of wisdom. A garden reminds us that our inner life is alive. It grows, it has seasons, and it needs tending, not controlling. When we bring the mandala and garden together, sexual well-being stops being something we perform or fix and becomes something we cultivate. In a garden, we don't criticize a plant for not blooming in winter. We look at the conditions. That's the spirit of the Sacred Garden Mandala. 2 views of the mountain. Early on, I want to offer another orientation, something I return to in my own practice and teaching. One view is the developmental view, where we are learning skills, building capacity, practicing communication, boundaries, and regulation. So regarding the metaphor of the mountain, this would be the work and the effort and the joy along the path of climbing the mountain. The other view is discovery, remembering what's already here, softening effort, and recognizing innate worth and awareness. So in the metaphor of the mountain, this is when we realize we're actually at the summit. In sexuality, it's easy to get stuck in only one view, either endlessly trying to improve ourselves or by bypassing real wounds in the name of acceptance. The Sacred Garden Mandala helps us hold both effort and ease, doing and undoing, healing and remembering, acknowledgement and gratitude. Before we go further, I want to slow down and offer a deep bow of gratitude. At the heart of this work is a simple, radical premise. The body is not an obstacle to awakening or intimacy. The body is the path. This understanding comes through many streams of wisdom, including Vajrayana Buddhism, somatic psychology, and embodied neuroscience. I offer gratitude for the lineages and teachings I am honored to steward, and for the teachers who have helped shape my understanding of the body as a sacred mandala. Tessa Pybus, Dr. Joe Luizzo, Dr. Nita Chenensang, and Lama Soltram Alioni. I share what follows not as an authority, but as a steward of what has been generously shared with me, offered in service of your direct knowing. The four lenses of the Sacred Garden Mandala. To teach the Sacred Garden Mandala as a map, I hold it through four aligned lenses. You don't need to memorize them. Just know they're here to help us honor both wisdom and practicality, both ethics and lived experience. First, the mindful model of sexual health offers an ethical, teachable scaffold. It helps us think in domains like mindfulness, self-awareness, sexual emotional health, intimacy, communication, and spirituality. It supports consent, agency, and integrity. Second, a phenomenological or non-dual orientation gives us language for what's happening from the inside, not what sexuality should feel like, but what is actually happening. Sensation, emotion, meaning, awareness. Nothing is dismissed, nothing is forced. Third, research on optimal intimacy reminds us of something deeply relieving. Intimacy, pleasure, and connection don't usually come from technique or performance. They tend to emerge when conditions align, when there is safety, presence, authenticity, and attunement. And fourth, the mandala itself, along with the 5 elements and related mandala wisdom, gives us an embodied way to understand patterns, not as problems, but as pathways. Even intense or protective energies can be met with respect and refined with care. In summary, the mindful model of sexual health gives us ethics and structure. Phenomenology keeps us close to lived experience. Research points to the conditions that support deep intimacy. And the mandala and elements help us meet patterns with respect instead of blame. So for shorthand, ethics, experience, evidence, embodiment. How to use this audiobook. You can listen in order, or you can move around. Some chapters are meant to be returned to, especially when life changes, when relationships shift, or when your body is asking for a different kind of care. When you hear a reflection prompt, you have options. You can pause and journal. You can pause and simply breathe. Or you can keep listening and let the questions land without answering. Noticing is enough. If something feels activating, please take care and take that seriously. Let that be a cue to slow down, come back to the simplest thing, maybe your breath, your feet, the support beneath you. You're allowed to stop. You're allowed to ask for support. You're allowed to return later. And if you ever feel lost, here's a simple way back. First, ask the garden question. What are the conditions right now? Next, use ethics to steady the ground. Is consent clear? Are boundaries respected? Is there enough safety to stay present? Then, turn toward lived experience. What sensations, emotions, and meanings are here right now? Then, remember what supports deep intimacy. safety, presence, authenticity, and attunement, often just a 5% shift at a time. And finally, use the mandala and elements to orient without blame. Where are you living from? Check in. Is it the center, or needing protection or expression? And what kind of support is needed? What I hope you feel as we begin is that you are not behind. You are not broken. You are already in the garden. This audiobook is a simple way of tending the conditions together. Chapter 1, A Garden You Can Live Inside. Welcome. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore what it means to approach sexual well-being as a living system you can cultivate. Through the paired images of the garden and the mandala, we'll name a few foundational permissions. You can go at your own pace. Protection is wise, and your experience gets to lead. If it's available to you, take one gentle breath and let your body know there's no rush. A garden you can live inside. There are many books that try to teach us how to do sexuality better, how to improve performance, increase desire, communicate more effectively, or heal what feels broken. This book begins somewhere different. It begins with a quieter, more foundational question. What kind of inner environment are you living inside? Before technique, before insight, before intimacy with another person, there's the intimacy of inhabiting your own inner landscape. Sexual well-being in this view is not something you achieve by effort alone, and it's not something you fix once and for all. It's something you cultivate through attention, care, protection, and time. This is why the central metaphors of this work are the garden and the mandala. One reminds us that life is seasonal and alive, and the other helps us organize complexity without losing wholeness. A book you can enter from the inside. You do not need to listen to this book straight through to, quote, get it right. You don't need to agree with every framework. You don't need to resonate with every metaphor. You don't need to be healed, whole, or certain before you begin. Think of this audiobook as a garden you can walk into, not a curriculum you must complete. Some chapters may feel immediately familiar, others might feel distant, or you may notice resistance. If that happens, I want you to know that's not a problem. That's information. In a garden, we notice what grows easily and what requires patience. We learn where the soil is fertile and where protection is needed. Nothing is forced to bloom on demand. Along the way, you'll hear practices, reflections, and maps. Please receive them as invitations, not assignments. Your experience is the teacher here. If anything feels overwhelming, confusing, or simply not relevant, you are invited to pause, skip ahead, or return later. The capacity to choose pace and direction is not a side note. It is the central feature of sexual well-being. Why a garden? Gardens teach us things that linear models miss. First, growth is cyclical, not constant. There are seasons of planting, seasons of rest. There are periods of visible change and periods where everything important is happening underground. Second, care matters more than control. You cannot force a seed to open, but you can tend the conditions that make opening possible. Third, protection is not the opposite of openness. Fences, boundaries, and containers are often what allow life to flourish safely. And fourth, Nothing meaningful grows in isolation. Soil is a community, roots intertwine. What nourishes one part of the system affects the whole. Sexual well-being is like this. It emerges from relationship with your body, with emotion, with meaning, with others, and with the wider cultural field you live inside. The mandala is a living structure. If the garden is the metaphor, the mandala is the map. A mandala is a universal symbol found across cultures. It often represents wholeness, integration, and sacred order. In this work, the mandala isn't an abstract ideal, it's a protective structure, a way of organizing experience so growth doesn't become chaotic or overwhelming. For now, I want to offer 3 simple ways to understand what the mandala is doing for us. 1, it helps us hold center and boundary at the same time. 2, it lets multiple dimensions of experience coexist without collapsing into confusion. 3, it gives us orientation without rigidity. Sexual well-being doesn't arise from freedom alone, and it doesn't arise from structure alone. It arises from their relationship. In later chapters, I'll introduce the sacred garden mandala more explicitly: center, inner ring, outer ring. For now, let it be enough to feel this. Structure can be support. It can be care. 2 ways of growing. Many of us approach sexuality through one of 2 lenses, often without realizing it. The first is a developmental lens. It focuses on skills, capacity, and healing over time. It asks, what do I need to learn? What needs repair? What supports regulation, communication, and trust? The second is a discovery lens. It focuses on remembering rather than improving. It asks, what is already here beneath the conditioning? What becomes possible when effort softens and presence deepens? Both lenses matter, and each becomes limiting when it's held alone. If we rely only on development, sexuality can become an endless self-improvement project, always striving, rarely resting. If we rely only on discovery, we can bypass real needs for safety, education, and repair. This book weaves both ways of knowing. You'll be invited to build capacity and soften effort, to tend what needs tending and recognize what doesn't need fixing. The garden needs both cultivation and trust in natural intelligence. The body as the path. All of this work returns again and again to the body. Not the body as an object to evaluate, optimize, or correct. The body as a living field of intelligence, sensation, emotion, breath, and movement are not distractions from sexual well-being. They are its primary language. Many of us were taught to approach sexuality from the neck up through ideas, expectations, scripts, stories. Sometimes that helps, but it's incomplete. The body holds information that thinking alone can't access. It holds protective responses shaped by history, culture, and lived experience. When the body is treated as an obstacle, it resists. When it's treated as sacred terrain, it begins to reveal pathways forward. In this sense, embodiment isn't a technique. It's a relationship, the one that unfolds gradually through listening rather than forcing. Safety before expansion. One of the most important principles of this work is simple and often overlooked. Nothing truly expansive emerges without safety. Safety doesn't mean comfort at all times. It means there's enough internal and external support to remain present with what's real. It means you can pause, orient, come back to center. In a garden, we don't plant widely before we prepare the soil, and we don't open the gates before the ground can hold what enters. In this book, protection is not treated as a limitation. It's treated as care. Boundaries, pacing, and discernment are not signs of fear. They're signs of wisdom. An invitation. As you move through this book, you may notice moments of recognition or resistance or curiosity or quiet resonance. All of these belong. You are not asked to adopt a belief system. You're not asked to reach a particular outcome. You are being invited into relationship with your own embodied experience, with meaning, with the possibility of cultivating a sexual life that is ethical, alive, and deeply human. The garden is already here. This chapter is simply a way to step inside. Chapter closing. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched: the garden and the mandala as companion images, sexual well-being as cultivation rather than performance, and the importance of safety, pacing, and choice. If you take only one thing with you, let it be this: when something feels difficult, it doesn't mean you're failing. It often means the conditions need tending. And if you notice yourself wanting to do this perfectly, see if you can soften. This is a garden. We tend it by returning again and again with honesty and care. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider the following. 1. What kind of inner environment am I living inside right now? 2. What feels well tended? And what feels in need of protection, rest, or support? 3. What is one small, kind next step I could take today or this week? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 2, Two Views of the Mountain. Chapter 2, Two Views of the Mountain. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore two complementary ways of understanding growth and sexual well-being: the developmental view and the discovery view. You can think of them as two true perspectives of the same mountain, one that emphasizes skill building and healing over time, and one that emphasizes remembering, presence, and what's already here beneath the conditioning. A reminder for listening that if you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention, please just listen, and that any reflection prompts, remember that they're optional. You can always return to them later. If it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your shoulders drop, even a millimeter. Let your system know you're not being rushed. Weaving doing and undoing. There's an old teaching story about a mountain viewed from different sides. One traveler describes a steep, rocky ascent marked by effort and endurance. Another describes a gentle path where the summit seems to reveal itself almost effortlessly. Both are true. They're simply standing in different places. In the Sacred Garden Mandala, I use this story to name two essential ways of growing: a developmental way and a discovery way. When we hold them together, practice doesn't become an endless self-improvement project, and it also doesn't become a bypass of real wounds. The developmental view, cultivating capacity. The developmental view understands healing and well-being as processes that unfold over time. From this perspective, growth involves learning, skill building, and integration. We strengthen capacities like emotional regulation, communication, boundary setting, embodiment, and relational attunement. In sexual well-being, the developmental view recognizes that many challenges don't come from lack of desire or intention. They come from missing supports. First, nervous system instability, when your system can't find enough safety to stay present. Second, limited sexual education, when you were never given a trustworthy map. Third, unexamined cultural conditioning, messages about gender, worth, desire, and quote, should, that shape the body from the outside in. And fourth, unresolved trauma, when protection remains necessary because the system learned that closeness could be risky. From the developmental view, we ask practical questions like, what skills are needed here? What capacities need strengthening? What supports would help my system feel safer and more resilient? This view honors effort, consistency, and care. And it also honors that the reality that trust, especially bodily and relational trust, often has to be rebuilt gradually, one experience at a time. The discovery view, remembering what is already here. The discovery view begins from a different assumption that beneath the conditioning, survival strategies, and cultural distortions, there is already a fundamental capacity for awareness, connection, and integrity. From this view, healing is not primarily about becoming someone new. It's about uncovering what has been obscured. Presence, worthiness, and aliveness are not earned. They're revealed when unnecessary efforts soften. In sexuality and relationship, the discovery view invites questions like, what happens when I stop trying to fix myself? What remains when striving relaxes? What becomes possible when awareness leads rather than control? This orientation can be especially healing for anyone who has been taught, explicitly or implicitly, that their body or desire is a problem to solve. In the discovery view, you're invited to feel what it's like to stop arguing with your aliveness, even for a moment. When models become extremes, held alone, each view can become limiting. When the developmental view is overemphasized, healing can turn into a never-ending project, always improving, never arriving. Sexuality becomes something to manage, optimize, rather than something you're allowed to inhabit. When the discovery view is isolated, it can bypass real needs for safety, education, and repair. Being told to, quote, just rest in awareness without addressing trauma, consent, or boundaries can inadvertently reproduce harm. The sacred garden mandala exists to weave these views together, so effort becomes kinder, rest becomes more trustworthy. Doing and undoing as a living rhythm. Rather than choosing between effort and ease, this work invites a rhythm of doing and undoing. Doing includes learning, practicing, reflecting, communicating, and setting boundaries. Undoing includes resting, listening, unlearning, and allowing experience to reorganize itself. In the garden, we prepare soil and plant seeds, but we can't command them to grow. Growth happens through relationship with conditions, not force. This rhythm applies directly to sexual well-being. Sometimes healing needs structure and guidance, and sometimes it needs stopping, softening, and trusting the body's intelligence. How this book uses both views. As you move through this book, you'll meet both kinds of support. Sometimes you'll be offered frameworks, maps, and practices, developmental supports. And sometimes you'll be offered poetry, inquiry, and spacious awareness, discovery invitations. You're not asked to adopt one stance permanently. Instead, you're invited to sense which views is needed in each moment. The Sacred Garden Mandala helps with that discernment by offering structure without rigidity and openness without collapse. Chapter closing. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name the heart of what we've explored. Two views of the same mountain. The development view helps you build capacity. The discovery view helps you remember what's already true. And the Sacred Garden Mandala helps you weave both so healing can be honest, paced, and humane. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. You don't have to choose between effort and ease. You can learn and you can soften. You can tend to what needs tending, and you can trust what's already here. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider the following. Where in my life am I over-efforting, treating growth like a project I have to get right? 2, where might my system be asking for discovery, more listening, more presence, less forcing? 3, what would it look like to take one kind, realistic step in the developmental view and also allow one small softening in the discovery view? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 3, The Body as Temple, Sacred Mandala. Chapter 3, The Body as Temple, Sacred Mandala. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll begin a deep reorientation away from relating to the body as an object to manage, evaluate, or overcome, and towards experiencing the body as a temple of intelligence, a sacred mandala where healing, sexuality, and wisdom unfold. As you listen, I invite you to notice your own pace. Nothing here is meant to be forced. And as always, as a reminder while you're listening, if you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention, please just listen. And any reflection prompts are optional, and you can always return to them later. So now, if it's available to you, take a gentle breath. Let your jaw soften. Let your shoulders drop even slightly. Now let your body know we're not in a rush. The body as temple, sacred mandala. Embodiment as the path. If healing were only a matter of insight, many of us would already be free. Most people who arrive at this work are not lacking understanding. You've read books. You've reflected deeply. You've made sincere efforts to change. And still, something essential can remain out of reach, not because you're failing, but because transformation doesn't happen primarily through thought. It happens through the body. This chapter invites a fundamental reorientation. Instead of seeing the body as something to fix, discipline, or push past, we begin to recognize the body as a place of meeting, where biology, emotion, memory, relationship, culture, and spirit converge. In other words, a temple of intelligence, a living, sacred mandala. Beyond the body as object. In many modern frameworks, the body is treated as secondary to the mind, something to discipline, improve, or correct. Sexuality, in particular, often gets reduced to performance, function, or identity, disconnected from sensation, meaning, and relational context. If you've been shaped by trauma, shame, illness, or cultural conditioning, the body may feel unreliable or even unsafe. It may feel like something to control rather than trust. And still, the body has never stopped communicating. It speaks through sensation, tension, ease, fatigue, arousal, attraction, resistance, and longing. These signals are not distractions from healing. They are the language of healing. Embodiment isn't something we add on later. It's the ground from which meaningful change emerges. The body as temple. To call the body a temple is not to idealize it or demand reverence at all times. It's to recognize the body as a place of meeting where biology, emotion, memory, relationship, culture, and spirit converge. A temple is not perfect. It holds history. It might bear marks of use, neglect, devotion, and repair. What makes it sacred is not its flawlessness, but presence. In the context of sexual well-being, the body as temple invites a shift. First, from judgment to curiosity. Second, from performance to presence. And third, from control to relationship. This does not require believing anything spiritual. It requires listening. The mandala principle in the body. Across contemplative traditions, the mandala is used as a map of wholeness, a visual and experiential representation of how complexity organizes around a center. When we say the body is a mandala, we're naming something very practical. The body organizes experience through interrelated fields, each one affecting the others. First, sensation and nervous system states. Second, emotional patterning. Third, relational memory. And fourth, meaning and values. Nothing functions in isolation. When one area shifts, others respond. The sacred garden mandala introduced later in this book arises directly from this understanding. It reflects how the body naturally seeks balance through center, protection, and expression. Embodiment allows us to feel where we are in that mandala at any given moment without needing to diagnose or fix. Embodiment as path, not technique. Embodiment is often misunderstood as a set of practices, breathwork, movement, somatic awareness. While these can be helpful, embodiment itself is not a technique. It is a relationship. It's the willingness to stay with sensation long enough to learn from it, to notice when the body leans forward or pulls back, to respect signals of readiness and signals of limit. In sexual contexts, this distinction matters profoundly. Many people have learned to override bodily cues in the name of desire, obligation, or approval. Embodied sexuality restores choice, by reconnecting awareness with sensation. The body does not rush. It does not speak in absolutes. It responds to safety, trauma, protection, and the wisdom of the body. For those with trauma histories, embodiment can feel threatening. Sensation may activate memories or states that once overwhelmed the system. This is not a failure of embodiment. It is the evidence of the body's protective intelligence. Trauma lives in the body not because the body is broken, but because it adapted to survive. An embodied path honors this, prioritizing a few things, especially when trauma is part of the picture. First, pacing over intensity. Second, choice over exposure. And third, safety over catharsis. Listening to the body includes listening to its refusals. A pause can be as meaningful as movement. Numbness can be a signal, not a problem. Embodiment becomes healing when the body learns that it will not be forced again. Sexuality as embodied intelligence. Sexuality at its core is not an act or identity. It's a movement of life energy expressed through the body in relationship. When sexuality is disconnected from embodiment, it tends to become compulsive, avoidant, performative, or confusing. When re-inhabited through sensation and presence, it often becomes more discerning, ethical, and responsive. Embodied sexuality does not demand constant desire or expression. It allows sexuality to change with seasons, relationships, and life stages. Pleasure becomes possible not because it is pursued, but because the body feels safe enough to receive. The body knows the way forward. One of the most radical implications of embodiment is this. The body often knows what the mind is still debating. It knows when a boundary is needed. It knows when connection is possible. It knows when something is misaligned, even if the story sounds convincing. The work is not to make the body behave, but to restore trust in its guidance. This trust is built slowly through repeated experiences of being listened to rather than overridden. Preparing the ground for the sacred garden. This chapter prepares the ground for everything that follows. The sacred garden mandala is not imposed on the body. It emerges from how the body already organizes experience when it is supported. The 5 elements, subtle body practices, Buddha families, and the mindful model of sexual health all rest on the same foundation, embodiment as intelligence. Before maps, before frameworks, before healing journeys, there is the simple act of arriving again and again in the body as it is, returning home. To inhabit the body as temple is not to feel good all the time. It is to feel honestly. It is to recognize that wisdom does not live elsewhere. You do not need to transcend your body to awaken. You do not need to perfect it to be worthy. The body is not the obstacle. It is the path. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. The shift from relating to your body as an object to manage to relating to it as a temple of lived intelligence. The understanding that sensation, emotion, and protection are not interruptions, but language. And the invitation to let embodiment be a relationship built through listening, pacing, and choice. If you take only one thing with you, let it be this. You do not have to override your body to be brave, healing, or awake. Your body's signals, including hesitation, numbness, or the need to slow down, are meaningful. When you meet those signals with respect, trust begins to return at a pace your system can actually hold. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider, right now, what sensations are easiest to notice? Contact, breath, temperature, tension, or ease? Is there any place in my body that feels like it wants gentleness, permission, more time, or something else? What is one small way I could treat my body like a temple today? Through rest, nourishment, boundaries, or kinder attention? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 4, Sacred Garden Mandala, Center, Inner Ring, Outer Ring. Chapter 4. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll enter the structural heart of the Sacred Garden Mandala, the center, the inner ring, and the outer ring. If you've ever felt a tightening around the word structure, I'm with you. Here, the structure is not meant to control you. It's meant to protect what's living, so intimacy can become safer, more honest, more sustainable. As a reminder, as we're listening, if you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention, please just listen and know that the reflection prompts are optional, and as always, you can return to them at another time. If it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your body know we're not trying to get anywhere fast. We're creating orientation. Sacred Garden Mandala, center, inner ring, outer ring. When people hear the word structure, many feel an immediate tightening. Structure is often associated with restriction, control, or loss of freedom, especially in domains as sensitive and personal as sexuality, healing, and relationship. This chapter offers a different view. It asks, what if the right kind of structure is not the enemy of freedom, but one of its foundations? The Sacred Garden Mandala is a form of structure that doesn't constrain life. It protects it. Like a garden wall or a trellis, it creates conditions where something living can grow according to its own intelligence. The mandala doesn't tell you what to feel or how to be intimate. It offers orientation, helping you recognize where you are, what you need, and what kind of movement is supportive in this moment. The mandala as a living map. A mandala is often mistaken for a static diagram, but in contemplative traditions, mandalas are living forms designed to be entered, inhabited, and eventually released. They organize complexity without reducing it. The Sacred Garden Mandala offers a three-part structure. First, the center. Second, the inner ring. Third, the outer ring. These are not stages you graduate from, nor layers you must unlock. They are simultaneous dimensions of experience that stay in relationship with one another. At different times, you might need more attention than the others. And the mandala helps you notice that without judgment. Instead of asking, what should I be doing right now? The mandala invites a gentler inquiry. Where am I living from in this moment? And what does that place need? The center, presence and authenticity. The center of the mandala represents presence, the capacity to be here now with what is arising. It is not a state of constant calm or clarity. It is the simple, honest contact with lived experience before interpretation or performance. In the context of sexuality and relationship, the center is where sensation is felt directly, where emotion can be named without immediately acting upon, and where awareness can rest without needing to fix or impress. Presence does not mean exposure without protection. It means contact with oneself that is kind enough to listen. When people feel disconnected, performative, or confused in their sexual or relational lives, it is often not because they lack technique or insight, but because contact with the center has been disrupted, usually by stress, trauma, or internalized expectations. The center of the mandala reminds us that authentic experience precedes expression. Before sharing with another, we must be able to sense what is happening within ourselves. The inner ring, safety, boundaries, and regulation. Surrounding the center is the inner ring, which functions as protection rather than limitation. This ring represents the systems that support safety, boundaries, regulation, discernment, pacing, and self-protective responses. In many cultural narratives, protection is framed as a problem to overcome. In healing-oriented work, protection is recognized as intelligence. Every boundary exists for a reason. Every pause, hesitation, or contraction once served or still serves a function. The inner ring asks a crucial question. Is there enough safety here for the center to remain present? If the answer is no, the task is not to push forward, but to strengthen the container. This may involve slowing down, clarifying consent, grounding in the body, or simply acknowledging that something feels like too much too fast. In relational context, the inner ring includes mutual boundaries, shared agreements, and the ability to say no without rupture. Far from blocking intimacy, these supports allow intimacy to deepen without overwhelm. Structure here is not about control. It is about care. The outer ring, expression, connection, and meaning. The outer ring is where experience moves outward into expression, relationship, creativity, and meaning. This is where sexuality becomes visible, relational, and shared. It includes communication, intimacy, pleasure, play, and the ways we participate in culture and community. Importantly, the outer ring is not the goal towards which everything else is striving. When expression is prioritized without adequate presence or protection, it can become performative or destabilizing. When it emerges organically from a supported center, it tends to feel more authentic, mutual, and sustainable. In the sacred garden mandala, the outer ring is an outcome, not a demand. Expression becomes nourishing when it is rooted in presence and supported by boundaries. Relationships thrive when both people are attending not only to connection, but to the conditions that make connection possible. How the rings work together. One of the most common misunderstandings about healing and sexuality is the belief that we must move outward as quickly as possible towards intimacy, resolution, or meaning. The mandala offers a corrective without forcing retreat. If something in the outer ring feels strained, disconnected, or overwhelming, The mandala invites curiosity rather than blame. Is the center losing contact with lived experience? Is the inner ring under-resourced or being ignored? Is expression being asked to carry what protection or presence should be holding? This orientation is especially important in trauma-aware contexts, where pushing for expression or intimacy without adequate containment can recreate harm rather than heal it. The mandala does not judge where you are. It simply shows you how the parts relate. Structure as support, not restriction. Many people resist structure because it has been used against them, imposed without consent, rigidly enforced, or divorced from lived reality. The Sacred Garden Mandala offers a different relationship to structure. Here, structure, first, it adapts rather than dictates. Second, it protects rather than constrains. And third, it supports agency rather than replacing it. You are not asked to fit yourself into the mandala. The mandala is here to support your process. Over time, many people discover that what once felt like restriction becomes relief. Knowing where to orient attention reduces confusion. Knowing that protection is allowed reduces shame. Knowing that expression does not have to be rushed restores trust in the body's timing. Living inside the mandala. The Sacred Garden Mandala is not something you use once and move beyond. It is something you return to, especially during moments of uncertainty, transition, or relational complexity. You may find yourself revisiting the inner ring when stress increases, or resting in the center during periods of integration. You may explore the outer ring when energy naturally moves towards connection and creativity. All of these movements are part of a healthy system. The mandala remains available not as a rule book, but as a companion map, one that helps you stay oriented to safety, presence, and integration as your life unfolds. Chapter closing. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. That the body is not an obstacle to healing or intimacy. It is the path. That the body communicates through sensation and protection. And that embodiment is not a technique, but a relationship built through listening, pacing, and trust. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. Your body's signals, including its hesitation, are meaningful. You don't have to override them to be brave. You can listen and let that trust rebuild at the speed your system can actually hold. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider the following. What is my body communicating right now through sensation, tension, ease, or numbness? Where do I notice a wish to control or override? And what might that part be trying to protect? What is one small way I could relate to my body with more curiosity today? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 5, the 5 Elements Framework. Chapter 5, the 5 Elements Framework. Welcome back. I am delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore the 5 elements as a language for lived experience: wind, fire, water, earth, and space. If the Sacred Garden Mandala gives us structure and protection, the elements help us sense the qualities moving through that structure energy, emotion, desire, grounding, and openness. Nothing here is about diagnosing you. It's about giving you a kinder map for identifying pattern and possibility. If you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention, please just listen, and the reflection prompts are always invitational for you to return to when the time is best for you. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your body feel the support beneath you. We're not trying to master the elements. We're learning how to listen. The 5 Elements Framework. Once we have a map that offers orientation and protection, the Sacred Garden Mandala, we can begin to explore the qualities that move through that map. The 5 Elements Framework gives us a language for these qualities, helping us sense how energy, emotion, and meaning flow through the body and relational field. Rather than categorizing you or diagnosing a state, the elements invite you to notice patterns. In this framework, nothing is inherently wrong. An element might be undernourished, overactivated, or out of relationship with the others, but each one carries intelligence. The 5 elements, wind or air, fire, water, earth, and space, are not abstract concepts. They're lived experiences. You feel them in your breath, your emotions, your desire, your capacity to ground, and your ability to rest in openness. Sexual well-being, in this view, comes less from perfect balance and more from responsive relationship among these qualities. Elements as lived experience. In many Western models, sexuality is approached primarily through behavior, identity, or cognition. The elemental framework adds another layer, felt sense. It asks not what should I be doing, but what quality is present here and what does it need? Each element expresses itself through the body, emotions, and relational dynamics. At different times in your life, or even different moments in a single interaction, one element may take the lead. Problems tend to arise not because an element is present, but because it is isolated or unsupported. The garden metaphor helps here. A thriving ecosystem depends on multiple conditions working together. Too much water floods roots. Too much fire scorches growth. Too much air dries the soil. Too much earth compacts movement. Space is required so all of it can breathe. Wind, air, movement, breath, and emotional flow. Wind is the element of movement. It governs breath, circulation, nervous system activation, and the flow of thought and emotion. When wind is in healthy relationship with the other elements, it brings adaptability, curiosity, and inspiration. In sexuality and relationships, wind often shows up in simple ways. First, ease of communication. Second, emotional flow. And third, responsiveness rather than rigidity. When wind is excessive or unsupported, it may manifest as anxiety, restlessness, dissociation, or feeling scattered. When it is constrained, experiences may feel stuck, heavy, or muted. Rather than trying to control wind, the framework invites attunement. Is there enough grounding to support movement? Is there enough space for breath to move freely? Fire, desire, clarity, and transformation. Fire is the element of vitality and transformation. It is the spark of desire, the heat of passion, and the capacity to discern and act. Fire brings clarity. It illuminates what matters and what does not. In sexual well-being, fire is not limited to arousal or libido. It also includes, first, motivation, second, agency, and third, the ability to say yes or no with confidence. When fire is balanced, it supports empowerment and aliveness. When it is excessive, it can tip into compulsion, reactivity, or burnout. When it is diminished, desire may feel dulled or inaccessible. Fire does not need to be intensified to be effective. It often needs containment, boundaries, and pacing so that it can warm rather than scorch. Water, emotion, connection, and attunement. Water governs emotional life, relational attunement, and the capacity to connect, resonate, and bond. It allows experience to soften, merge, and be felt deeply. In relational and sexual contexts, water often shows up as first, empathy, second, tenderness, and third, emotional resonance. When water is flowing well, connection feels nourishing. When it is excessive, boundaries may blur and overwhelm can arise. When it is blocked, intimacy may feel distant or unsafe. The elemental framework does not ask water to harden or disappear. Instead, it asks whether water has banks, like a river, structures that allow feeling to flow without flooding. Earth, stability, grounding, and safety. Earth is the element of stability and support. It governs grounding, physical safety, nourishment, and the sense of having a place to land. Earth often shows up in sexuality as, first, embodied presence, second, trust in the body, and third, the ability to slow down. When earth is strong, it supports all other elements. When it is deficient, people may feel unmoored, unsafe, or constantly bracing. When it is excessive, experience may feel rigid, stagnant, or overly cautious. Earth reminds us that sexual well-being is not only about pleasure or connection, it is also about being able to rest in the body without vigilance. Space. Openness, awareness, and meaning. Space is the element that holds all others. It represents awareness, spaciousness, and the capacity to observe experience without being consumed by it. In the context of sexuality and healing, space often allows, first, perspective, second, choice, and third, the ability to integrate complexity. When space is present, experiences can arise and pass without defining the self. When it is lacking, people may feel trapped inside sensation, emotion, or narrative. When it is excessive, detachment or disconnection may occur. Space does not remove us from embodied life. It allows us to stay with it without collapse. Elements in relationship. The 5 elements are not meant to be balanced in a static way. They are meant to converse. Here's what I mean by the elements being in relationship. Wind often needs earth to ground it. Fire often needs water to soften it. Water often needs earth to contain it. And all the elements need space to stay flexible. Sexual well-being emerges when these relationships are attended to. When something feels difficult, the question becomes, which element is asking for support and from whom? This inquiry replaces judgment with curiosity. From pathology to pattern. One of the strengths of the 5 elements framework is that it shifts attention away from deficit-based thinking. Rather than asking what is wrong, it asks what is out of relationship. This is especially important in healing contexts. Many people have been told that their sexual or emotional responses are disordered or broken. The elemental lens recognizes these responses as adaptive patterns shaped by context, history, and need. Nothing here is random. Nothing is meaningless. Living with the elements. You will encounter the 5 elements throughout this book in personal reflection, relational practice, and integrative models. Over time, you may begin to notice your own tendencies, elements you rely on, elements you avoid, elements you long for. This awareness is not meant to fix you. Practicing this awareness is meant to be supportive for you to befriend your inner experiences. The garden grows not because we control the weather, but because we learn how to respond to it. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. The elements as lived qualities, not labels. The way each element carries intelligence and the possibility of relating to patterns with curiosity instead of shame. The question is rarely which element is wrong. It's more often which element is overworked, undersupported, or lonely. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. You don't have to force balance. You can listen for what's missing and offer one small supportive condition, like grounding wind, cooling fire, giving water banks, feeding earth, or remembering space. You may wish to pause and consider, which elements feels most dominant in me right now? Wind, fire, water, earth, or space? Which element feels less accessible or undersupported? If my system could ask for one kind of care today, which element would it ask to strengthen or invite? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 6, Healing Practices for Each Element. Chapter 6, Healing Practices for Each Element. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we turn toward practice, not as a way to fix yourself, but as a way to tend to what's already alive in you. We'll explore gentle, trauma-aware practices for each element: wind, fire, water, earth, and space. As you listen, I invite you to hold this softly. The goal is not to do more. It's to listen more accurately and to choose what actually supports you. Again, as a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention for safety, please just listen and know that any prompts are optional and you're always welcome to return again and again to experience them at a different time. If it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your shoulders drop even slightly. Soften. Let your system know we can go at the speed of trust. Healing practices for each element. Once we begin to recognize the 5 elements as living qualities within experience, a natural question arises: how do we tend to them? Healing practices in this framework are not about correcting imbalances or achieving an ideal state. They are about listening, responding to what the system is already communicating, Each element carries its own intelligence, and each one responds to particular kinds of care. This chapter introduces practices associated with wind, fire, water, earth, and space. These practices are not meant to be followed rigidly or completed in a sequence. They're offered as ways of entering into relationship with elemental qualities, allowing them to come back into conversation with one another. Throughout, remember, healing does not happen because we apply the right technique. Healing happens when the conditions are supported enough for the system to reorganize itself, a different relationship to practice. Many people approach healing practices with a sense of urgency. I need to do this correctly. I should be further along. This is supposed to make me feel better. These attitudes, though understandable, often come from the same effortful patterns that might have contributed to creating imbalance in the first place. Elemental practices invite a different posture. First, curiosity instead of demand. Second, responsiveness instead of control. And third, pacing instead of pressure. If a practice feels nourishing, it can be explored further. If it feels irritating, activating, or dull, that response is information, not failure. You are encouraged to modify, shorten, pause any practice. Remember, the goal is not endurance, but relationship and inner listening. Wind or air, practices for movement and flow. Wind responds to practices that invite gentle movement and breath. The invitation is not to regulate or control the breath, but to restore a sense of circulation and responsiveness. Supportive practices for wind often include a few simple entry points. First, slow, conscious breathing that emphasizes exhalation. Second, gentle movement, walking, stretching, or swaying. And third, spoken reflection or writing that allows thoughts and emotions to move. When wind has been excessive, manifesting as anxiety, racing thoughts, or dissociation, it may need support from earth or water before engaging movement. When wind has been constrained, even small movements can restore vitality. The key question for wind is, what kind of movement feels supportive right now, not overwhelming or not stagnant? Fire, practices for clarity and vitality. Fire responds to practices that cultivate focus, intention, and discernment. Fire does not need to be intensified to be healing. Often, it needs to be contained. Supportive practices for fire may include, first, brief moments of intentional focus. Second, naming desire or values clearly and simply. And third, practices involving warmth, light, or symbolic transformation. When fire has been excessive, experienced as compulsion, irritability, or burnout, cooling and grounding practices may be more appropriate. When fire has been diminished, gentle intention setting can help rekindle agency. Fire's guiding inquiry is, what matters here and what needs protection so it can burn cleanly? Water, practices for emotional attunement. Water responds to practices that invite feeling without overwhelm. The intention is not catharsis, but attunement, allowing emotion to move at a pace the system can tolerate and integrate. Supportive practices for water include, first, reflective journaling focusing on emotional tone rather than story. Second, relational practices that emphasize listening rather than fixing. And third, simple water-based rituals. It could include bathing, washing hands or noticing your experience with hydration and resonance, connecting with your nourishing your body, your whole self. When water is excessive, practices that introduce structure, time limits, grounding, or containment may feel helpful. When water is blocked, gentle acknowledgement of feeling can restore flow. Water asks, what is asking to be felt? And what kind of container does it need? Earth, practices for grounding and safety. Earth responds to practices that establish contact, stability, and rest. Earth practices are foundational. Without them, other elemental work may feel destabilizing. Supportive practices for Earth often include, first, orienting to physical sensation, feet, weight of your body, and how your body's being supported. Second, consistent routines that support nourishment and rest. And third, contact with the physical environment, your senses, nature, sensation of touch or stillness. When Earth has been under-resourced, people may feel unsafe slowing down. In these cases, even brief grounding practices can be sufficient. When Earth is excessive, introducing gentle movement or novelty may help restore balance. Earth's central question is, what helps me feel supported enough to stay present? Space, practices for openness and integration. Space responds to practices that cultivate awareness without effort. Space does not need to be created, it needs to be noticed. Supportive practices for space may include, first, moments of silent observation. Second, allowing sensation, thoughts, and emotions to arise without engagement. And third, practices that widen perspective, like noticing the environment or the sky. When space is lacking, experiences might feel claustrophobic or urgent. When space is excessive, dissociation or detachment may occur. In both cases, gentle anchoring in body or breath can help restore balance. Space invites this inquiry. Can I allow experience to be as it is without collapsing into it or pushing it away? Practices in relationship. While each element has characteristic practices, healing rarely happens by working with one element alone. Most often, an element seeks support from another. For example, wind may need earth before it can move safely. Fire may need water to soften intensity, and water may need space to prevent overwhelm. Rather than asking, which practice should I do? The element framework invites you to ask, which qualities are present and which ones are missing from the conversation? This orientation supports integration rather than fragmentation. Practice as ongoing dialogue. Elemental healing practices are not meant to be completed or mastered. They evolve as your life evolves. What supports you in one season might feel irrelevant in another. Returning to the garden metaphor, practices are like ways of tending soil, pruning growth, or allowing rest. None of these actions define the worth of the garden. They simply respond to what is alive. Over time, many people discover that their relationship to practice softens. Rather than striving to heal, they begin to listen more accurately. Chapter closing. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Practice as relationship, not achievement. The way each element responds to a different kind of care, and the permission to go slowly, especially when the nervous system has learned to brace or perform. If you take one thing with you, let it be this. The quote, right practice is the one that helps you come back into contact without pressure, without harm, and without abandoning yourself. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider the following. Which element feels most in need of care right now? Wind, fire, water, earth, or space? Which is one small practice that feels genuinely supportive, even for 30 seconds? What would it mean to measure success by self-trust rather than intensity? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 7, Breathwork and Subtle Body Practices. Chapter 7, Breathwork and Subtle Body Practices. Welcome back. I am delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore breathwork and subtle body awareness as practices of preparation, not to push you into intensity, but to help your system settle enough for deeper integration. If you've ever felt like insight comes faster than your body can hold it, you're not alone. These practices support readiness, pacing, and self-trust. As a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that is important for your full attention to be focused in what you're doing, please just listen. And these reflection prompts are invitations for you to come back to at another time. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your exhale be just a little more interested in release than achievement. Breathwork and subtle body practices. Before transformation can be integrated, the system must be able to settle. Before insight can be embodied, there must be enough regulation to remain present with experience as it unfolds. Breathwork and subtle body practices are offered here not as techniques to master, but as supports for readiness. They prepare the nervous system, attention, and relational field so that deeper healing and intimacy can emerge without overwhelm. In many traditions, breath is described as a bridge between body and mind, between voluntary and involuntary processes, between conscious intention and unconscious patterning. In this book, breath is approached as a relationship, one that can be restored gradually, respectfully, and without force. The role of preparation. It is tempting to move quickly towards catharsis, insight, or transcendence, especially in sexual and spiritual work. Yet without preparation, intensity often exceeds capacity. What might have been liberating becomes destabilizing. What might have been healing becomes disorganizing. Breathwork and subtle body awareness helps establish the conditions necessary for integration. They support, first, nervous system regulation. Second, embodied presence. Third, tolerance for sensation and emotion. And fourth, relational attunement. Rather than asking, how do I go deeper? These practices ask a quieter, more important question. Is there enough stability here to remain present with what is already here? Breath as an intelligent system. Breath does not need to be corrected. It adapts constantly to context, emotion, and physiology. When people experience dysregulation, anxiety, shutdown, dissociation, the breath is already responding. The work here is not to override that response, but to listen to it. Gentle attention to breath can reveal when effort is being held, where sensation is being avoided, and where the system feels safe enough to soften. This listening stance is especially important in trauma-aware contexts where forcing breath patterns can replicate loss of control rather than restore agency. Breathwork in this framework is invitational. It supports awareness rather than imposing rhythm. Subtle body as felt experience. The term subtle body is often misunderstood as something abstract or mystical. In practice, it refers to felt experience beneath language, patterns of sensation, movement, temperature, pressure, and energy that inform how we relate to ourselves and others. You do not need to believe in any particular model of chakras, channels, or winds to work with the subtle body. You only need to notice how attention moves, where sensation gathers, and where experience feels open or constricted. Subtle body awareness helps integrate what thinking alone cannot resolve. It allows emotion, memory, and meaning to reorganize through experience rather than explanation. Settling body, speech, and mind. Many contemplative traditions begin practice by settling body, speech, and mind, not to achieve stillness, but to reduce fragmentation. In this context, body refers to posture, sensation, and physical orientation. Speech refers not only to words, but to inner dialogue and narrative. Mind refers to attention and awareness. Breathwork helps coordinate these domains. When breath becomes more accessible, posture often adjusts naturally. When posture settles, internal dialogue softens. When attention stabilizes, meaning can emerge without being forced. This settling is not a precondition you must achieve before moving on. It is a returning practice, something you may revisit many times throughout the work. Gentle breath practices. Rather than offering specific protocols, this chapter emphasizes qualities of breath that tend to be supportive across contexts. First, ease rather than depth. Second, lengthening exhale without strain. And third, allowing the breath to arrive on its own. For many people, simply noticing breath without altering it is sufficient. For others, subtle shifts such as softening the jaw, allowing the belly to release, or orienting attention to the back body can invite regulation. The measure of success is not how the breath looks, but how the system responds. Working with activation and collapse. Breathwork can be particularly helpful when the system oscillates between activation, anxiety, urgency, hyperfocus, and collapse, numbness, shutdown, disconnection. In states of activation, breath may feel shallow or rapid. The work here is not to slow it down forcefully, but to offer grounding, often through contact with earth-based practices such as sensation in the feet or seat. In states of collapse, breath may feel distant or faint. In these moments, orienting to external cues, sound, light, temperature, can help re-establish contact before turning attention inward. Subtle body awareness allows these shifts to be met with curiosity rather than alarm. Breath in relational contexts. Breath is not only an individual process, it is relational. In intimate and emotionally charged situations, breath patterns often synchronize or respond to another's presence. Becoming aware of breath in relational contexts can support attunement without enmeshment, reveal where boundaries are needed, and help maintain self-contact during connection. This awareness is particularly relevant in sexual contexts where breath, sensation, and emotion are closely linked. Rather than redirecting breath to achieve a particular outcome, the invitation is to stay with the breath as it changes, allowing it to inform pacing, consent, and presence. Subtle body and meaning making. One of the less discussed roles of subtle body work is its impact on meaning. When experience is integrated at the level of sensation and awareness, narratives often reorganize on their own. Insights arise not because we think harder, but because the system feels safe enough to integrate what was previously held apart. This is why breathwork and subtle body practices are positioned here. Before engaging more explicitly with emotional transformation and relational complexity, they prepare the ground. Practice as relationship, not achievement. Breathwork and subtle body practices are sometimes approached as advanced techniques. In reality, they are among the most basic forms of care. They remind the system that it does not have to push, perform, or transcend in order to belong. Over time, many people discover that breath becomes a trusted reference point, a way of returning to center when experience intensifies, and a way of recognizing when something feels aligned or not. This trust is not built through intensity, but through repetition and respect. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Preparation as kindness, breath as relationship, and subtle body awareness as a way of listening beneath words. These practices aren't here to make you different. They're here to help you stay with what's true at a pace your system can trust. If you take only one thing with you, let it be this. Gentle breathwork is not about controlling breath. It's about restoring choice. You're allowed to soften. You're allowed to pause. You're allowed to come back to center as many times as you need. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider, how does my breath respond when I slow down? Attention. Where in my body does sensation feel most accessible right now? What happens when I allow experience to be sensed before being interpreted? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 8, Buddha Families, Transforming Emotion into Wisdom. Chapter 8, Buddha Families, Transforming Emotion into Wisdom. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore a radical reframe. Emotions are not enemies of healing, intimacy, or spirituality. They are energies with intelligence. The Buddha families offer a way to recognize how emotions distort under stress and how, when met with awareness, they reveal wisdom qualities like clarity, appreciation, effective action, equanimity, and spaciousness. Listener care note: if you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention, please come back to the reflection prompts when it's a better time for you. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your exhale remind your system feeling is not failure. Feeling is information. Buddha families, transforming emotion into wisdom. Many people come to healing and sexual well-being with a quiet fear. If I feel this much, something must be wrong with me. Anger, desire, fear, jealousy, numbness. These experiences are often treated as obstacles to intimacy, spirituality, or maturity. In clinical contexts, they may be pathologized. In spiritual contexts, they may be bypassed. Either way, emotion becomes something to manage, suppress, or transcend rather than understand. The Buddha families offer a different orientation. In this framework, emotions are not problems to eliminate. They are energies with intelligence. When they're unrecognized or unsupported, they show up distorted or overwhelming. When they're met with awareness, they reveal their inherent wisdom. This chapter explores how emotional experience, especially in the charged terrain of sexuality and relationship, can be a gateway rather than a barrier. From emotion as symptom to emotion as signal. The Buddha families originate in contemplative psychology, where they function as maps of human experience rather than personality types. Each family describes a pattern of perception, emotion, and action that becomes distorted under stress, but carries a corresponding wisdom quality when integrated. What matters here is not memorizing categories, but shifting orientation. Instead of asking, why do I keep feeling this way? We begin to ask, what is this emotion trying to protect, express, or reveal? This reframing is especially important in sexual and relational work, where emotions often arise quickly and intensely. Rather than viewing these responses as regressions or failures, the Buddha families help us see them as protective strategies shaped by history, context, and need. The 5 families as relational energies. Each Buddha family corresponds loosely to an elemental quality and an emotional pattern. These patterns are not fixed identities. They are energetic tendencies that move through individuals and relationships depending on conditions. What follows is an experiential orientation rather than a diagnostic list. Mirror-like awareness, often associated with anger or aversion. When distorted, this energy may show up as irritation, judgment, or blame, especially in moments where boundaries feel violated or clarity is threatened. In sexual or relational contexts, it may appear as sharp reactivity or withdrawal. At its core, this family carries the wisdom of clarity and discernment. It sees things as they are without distortion. When supported, it allows for clean boundaries, honest communication, and the ability to say no without aggression. The question here is not, how do I get rid of anger, but what truth is asking to be seen clearly? Discriminating awareness, often associated with desire or craving. This energy becomes distorted as grasping, comparison, or compulsive seeking, wanting experience to deliver worth, reassurance, or completion. In sexuality, this may show up as urgency, fixation, or dissatisfaction. At its wisdom core, this family holds the capacity for refinement and appreciation. It knows what nourishes and what does not. When integrated, desire becomes discerning rather than consuming. Here, the inquiry becomes, what am I truly longing for beneath the grasping? All-accomplishing awareness, often associated with jealousy or competitiveness. When distorted, this energy may manifest as comparison, restlessness, or the sense that one is always behind or left out. In relational life, it can create subtle rivalries or pressure to perform. Its wisdom expression is effective action, the ability to respond appropriately to what is needed without over-identifying with outcome. When integrated, it supports competence, confidence, and collaboration. The question shifts from, why am I comparing myself, to what action wants to be taken, and from what place? Equalizing awareness, often associated with pride or dullness. This energy can appear as withdrawal, complacency, or emotional flattering, sometimes mistaken for calm. In sexual contexts, it might feel like disconnection or lack of interest. At its wisdom core, this family carries equanimity and belonging. It recognizes shared humanity and intrinsic worth. When supported, it allows for presence without hierarchy or self-inflation. Here, we ask, where might disengagement be protecting something tender? All-encompassing awareness, often associated with fear or confusion. When distorted, this energy may feel like overwhelm, uncertainty, or a sense of losing ground. In intimacy, it can appear as anxiety, dissociation, or difficulty trusting what is happening. Its wisdom expression is spacious awareness, the capacity to hold complexity without collapse. When integrated, fear gives way to openness and curiosity. The inquiry becomes, is there enough support here to remain present with not knowing? Emotions as protectors, not enemies. One of the most powerful shifts offered by the Buddha families is the recognition that emotions are protective responses, not character flaws. Anger protects boundaries. Desire protects vitality. Fear protects safety. Jealousy protects belonging. Withdrawal protects against overwhelm. When these responses are shamed or suppressed, they tend to intensify. When they are met with curiosity and support, they soften and reorganize. This is why earlier chapters emphasized breathwork, grounding, and elemental practices. Without regulation and containment, emotional inquiry can become destabilizing. With support, it becomes transformative. Applying the families in sexual and relational life. In sexuality and relationship, emotional patterns often arise at the exact moment something meaningful is at stake. Rather than interpreting this as a failure, the Buddha families invite us to slow down and listen. For example, these patterns often point to needs. Reactivity may signal a boundary that needs articulation. Longing may reveal a need for attunement or rest. Withdrawal may indicate that pacing needs adjustment. The families help us distinguish between content and signal. The story an emotion tells may not be accurate, but the need it points to usually is. Integration, not transcendence. The goal of working with the Buddha families is not to transcend emotion or arrive at a permanently calm state. It is to integrate emotional intelligence into lived experience, especially in the vulnerable terrain of intimacy. When emotional energy is integrated, a few things tend to become more available. Choice expands, communication becomes clearer, and sexuality becomes more responsive and more ethical. Wisdom does not replace emotion, it emerges through it. A living map. Like the mandala and the elements, the Buddha families are not something to master. They are a living map you may return to whenever emotion feels confusing, intense, or stuck. Over time, people find that emotions become less frightening, not because they disappear, but because they are understood as meaningful and workable. This understanding prepares the ground for the next exploration, embodied wisdom in motion, where these energies are not only recognized, but lived creatively. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Emotions as signals and protectors, not enemies. The possibility that every intense feeling carries a wisdom quality, and the relief of shifting from suppression or bypass to understanding. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. You don't have to stop feeling in order to be well. You can learn to relate to feeling as information so wisdom can emerge through it rather than around it. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider: which emotional pattern feels most familiar for me in moments of intimacy or conflict? What might that emotion be trying to protect or communicate? How does my body respond when I meet emotion with curiosity rather than judgment? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 9, Dakinis, Embodied Wisdom in Motion. Chapter 9, Dakinis, Embodied Wisdom in Motion. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore the Dakini principle, wisdom that can move. Not just insight, not just understanding, but embodied responsiveness, timing, tone, gesture, and the ability to meet what's happening without freezing or forcing. If earlier chapters helped you build maps, this one invites you to feel what it's like when wisdom becomes lived. As a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention, please just listen and return to the reflection prompts at a later time. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your body be part of the listening. Let this be less about understanding and more about sensing. If the Buddha families help us recognize how emotional energy can transform into wisdom, the Dakinis show us what that wisdom looks like when it moves. Wisdom is not only clarity of mind, it is responsiveness. It lives in timing, gesture, tone, and the capacity to meet what is happening without freezing or forcing. The Dakini principle points to this living intelligence. Rather than repressing an ideal to strive toward, Dakinis symbolize wisdom in action, the capacity to respond creatively, compassionately, and accurately in the midst of change. In sexuality and relationship, this distinction matters. Insight alone doesn't create intimacy. Emotional understanding alone doesn't guarantee ethical action. Wisdom has to be lived in real time, in bodies, in conversations, in pacing, in repair. Beyond conceptual understanding. Many people understand their patterns intellectually, yet continue to feel stuck in familiar reactions. This gap often occurs when understanding remains conceptual rather than embodied. The Dakini principle addresses this gap. Rather than asking, "Do I understand what is happening?" the Dakini inquiry asks, "Can I feel how to respond moment by moment from the body?" This shift from explanation to responsiveness is especially important in relational and sexual contexts, where timing and attunement matter as much as intention. Wisdom as movement, not mastery. Dakinis are often described as dynamic and untamed, not because they are chaotic, but because they are not bound by rigid scripts. Their movement reflects attunement rather than control. In lived experience, this shows up as knowing when to lean in and when to pause, sensing when to speak, and when silence is needed. Adjusting pace without abandoning direction. This kind of wisdom cannot be pre-planned. It arises from embodied presence, emotional integration, and relational awareness, all of which have been cultivated in earlier chapters. The feminine principle as embodied intelligence. In this framework, the Dakini principle represents a feminine mode of knowing, not as gender, but as a quality of awareness that is receptive, contextual, and relational. This mode of knowing trusts sensation as information. It responds to nuance rather than rules. It values relationship over certainty. And in sexual and relational life, this quality allows for flexibility without collapse and structure without rigidity. It complements the organizing clarity of the Buddha families by bringing wisdom into lived interaction. Dakinis and the body. The body is the primary site of Dakini wisdom. Long before words form the body senses, shifts in safety, changes in energy, and the presence or absence of consent. Subtle movements, breath, posture, tone often communicate more truth than explicit dialogue. When we are attuned to the body, we can respond to these signals with precision and care. The Dakini principle honors the body not as an object to discipline, but as a field of intelligence capable of guiding ethical and intimate action. Creativity, sexuality, and flow. Dakinis are often associated with creativity because creativity requires responsiveness to what is emerging rather than adherence to predetermined outcomes. Sexuality, at its healthiest, functions in a similar way. It's not a performance to complete, but a relational flow that evolves through attention and attunement. When sexual experience becomes rigid, dominated by expectation, anxiety, or repetition, Dakini wisdom is obscured. When presence and curiosity returns, creativity follows naturally. Dakini wisdom in relationship. In relationship, Dakini wisdom manifests as attunement to your own limits without withdrawal, responsiveness to another without self-abandonment, and the ability to repair missteps without defensiveness. This form of intelligence supports ethical intimacy, not through rules alone, but through embodied discernment. Importantly, Dakini wisdom does not eliminate mistakes. It supports repair. It recognizes that misattunement is inevitable and that responsiveness to rupture matters more than perfection. Integrating wisdom and structure. The Dakini principle does not replace structure, it animates it. The Sacred Garden Mandala provides containment. The 5 elements describe qualities of experience. The Buddha families transform emotional energy into clarity. The Dakinis bring all of this into motion. Together, these frameworks allow for a form of sexual well-being that is grounded, alive, and ethically responsive, adapting to changing contexts without losing coherence. Living wisdom. The Dakini is not something to become, it is something to notice. Moments of Dakini wisdom often appear quietly. A pause that prevents harm, a gesture that restores trust, and a change in pace that honors safety. These moments are not dramatic, they are precise. As this book moves towards modern integration models, the Dakini principle reminds us that no framework matters unless it can be lived moment by moment in bodies, in relationships, in real time. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Wisdom as responsiveness, not mastery. The body as a field that senses timing and consent before words. And the Dakini principle as the living intelligence that helps you meet change with creativity and care. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. Wisdom doesn't require you to be perfect. It asks you to stay in relationship with your body, with impact, and with the possibility of adjusting in real time. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider the following. Where in my life do I sense wisdom arising through movement rather than thought? How does my body communicate timing, consent, or care? What happens when I trust responsiveness over certainty, just for one small moment? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 10, The Mindful Model of Sexual Health, a contemporary mandala of sexual well-being. Chapter 10, Mindful Model of Sexual Health, a contemporary mandala of sexual well-being. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll bring everything we've explored into a modern, practical framework, the Mindful Model of Sexual Health, MMSH. If the earlier maps offered depth, symbolism, and embodied orientation, the Mindful Model of Sexual Health offers a way to translate wisdom into daily life, ethically, gently, and consistently. As a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that is important that you focus your full attention, please just listen and return to any optional reflection prompts at another time. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your system feel the relief of practicality. We're not trying to perfect anything. We're creating support. Wisdom that cannot be lived is incomplete. So far, we've explored the Sacred Garden Mandala, the 5 elements, the Buddha families, and the Dakini principle. These are profound ways of understanding embodiment, emotion, and relational intelligence. And most of us are living inside modern systems, schedules, relationships, institutions, technologies, family roles, social expectations. For wisdom to matter, it has to translate. It has to show up in choices, conversations, boundaries, and care. This is why I created the mindful model of sexual health. It's a contemporary mandala, an integrative map designed to help you orient sexual well-being within daily life, clinical practice, and ethical relationship. The mindful model of sexual health doesn't replace contemplative wisdom. It organizes it so it can be practiced consistently and responsibly. A mandala for modern life. The mindful model of sexual health is structured as a mandala because sexual well-being is not a single behavior, identity, or outcome. It is an interrelated system. When one area of life is under strain, others respond. When one domain is supported, resilience increases across the whole. Rather than asking, what is wrong with my sexuality? The mindful model of sexual health invites a different inquiry. Which domains are being nourished? Which need attention right now? This shift moves the conversation away from shame and pathology towards curiosity and responsibility. Sexual health becomes something we participate in rather than something we pass or fail. The 8 domains of the mindful model of sexual health. The MMSH mandala is organized into 8 interrelated domains, each representing a dimension of sexual well-being. These domains are not hierarchical. They are meant to be revisited as needed, often repeatedly. Physical health. This domain includes care of the body, nervous system regulation, and mindful engagement with physical sensation. It recognizes that sexual well-being is inseparable from sleep, nutrition, movement, stress management, and embodied safety. Sexual emotional health. Here, the focus is on relationship to sexual energy, desire, and emotional experience. This domain supports positive and sexual self-esteem, emotional regulation, and the capacity to experience pleasure without compulsion or suppression. Individuation. Individuation refers to autonomy, boundaries, agency, and self-respect. This domain supports the ability to choose freely, say no without collapse, and remain connected to oneself within relationship. Intimacy. This domain addresses emotional closeness, trust, vulnerability, and mutual care. Intimacy is framed as a capacity that develops through presence and repair rather than performance or perfection. Communication. Communication includes verbal and nonverbal expressions of needs, boundaries, desires, and concerns. This domain emphasizes compassion, clarity, and listening as foundations of ethical sexual relationship. Self-awareness. Self-awareness involves clarity about thoughts, emotions, behaviors, and patterns. It allows individuals to recognize when they are acting from habit, fear, or alignment. This domain is closely linked with mindfulness and reflection. Spirituality. Spirituality in the mindful model of sexual health is not tied to a belief system. It refers to meaning, values, purpose, and connection to something larger than the self. This domain allows sexuality to be integrated with personal ethics and existential inquiry. Mindfulness. Mindfulness is the organizing principle of the entire model. It supports presence, curiosity, and non-judgment across all domains. Without mindfulness, the domains become a checklist. With it, they become living relationships. Respect-based sexuality is a core principle. At the heart of the mindful model of sexual health is a commitment to respect-based sexuality. This includes respect for self, respect for others, and respect for inherent dignity of embodied experience. Safety, consent, and non-coercion are non-negotiable foundations, not optional ideals. This ethical grounding aligns the mindful model of sexual health both with trauma-informed care and contemplative wisdom. Sexual well-being cannot be cultivated where exploitation, pressure, or harm are present. The Mandala holds this truth structurally. The mindful model of sexual health as a living practice. The mindful model of sexual health is not meant to be applied all at once. It is designed for ongoing reflection. At different times, different domains may call for attention. For example, MMSH can help you locate where support is needed. An increase in anxiety may point toward physical health or self-awareness. Repeated relational conflict may highlight communication or individuation. A loss of meaning may signal a spiritual or existential need. The model supports choice and pacing. There is no requirement to, quote, work on everything. Attention is directed where it is needed most, with compassion rather than urgency. Bridging wisdom and responsibility. The contemplative traditions explored earlier in this book emphasize awakening, embodiment, and wisdom. The mindful model of sexual health ensures that these qualities are expressed through responsible action. Awareness without responsibility can become self-absorption. Structure without awareness can become rigidity. The mindful model of sexual health holds both. It provides a way to translate embodied insight into daily choices, relational ethics, and sustainable well-being. A mandala you can return to. Like the sacred garden, the mindful model of sexual health is not something you complete. It is something you return to during periods of growth, crisis, transition, or renewal. Over time, many people find the model becomes intuitive. Domains light up as signals rather than obligations. Sexual well-being becomes less about fixing and more about listening and responding. The next chapters will explore how this mandala interacts with healing journeys, protective processes, and relational thriving, bringing the work fully into lived life. Daily Mindful Model Sexual Health Reflection Template. To support ongoing growth and well-being, MMSH provides a daily reflection template. This can be used as a journal page, worksheet, or meditation guide to check in with yourself across 7 domains each day. Sample reflection prompts. 1. Am I living in alignment with my values and beliefs? 2. Do I accept change and the unknown? 3. How can I deepen my understanding of myself and others? 4. Are there barriers to effective communication I can address? 5. How can I nurture intimacy and vulnerability today? 6. Are my boundaries clear and respected? 7. What healthy habits can I strengthen today? 8. How do I feel in my body today? As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched: the mindful model of sexual health as a practical mandala for modern life, the relief of shifting from what's wrong with me to what domains need care, and the possibility of building sexual well-being through small, consistent acts of attention and ethics. If you take only one thing with you, let it be this: you don't have to fix everything at once. You can choose one domain, one small supportive action, and let that care ripple through the whole mandala. Optional reflection. You may wish to pause and consider: which mindful model of sexual health domain feels most nourished in my life right now? Which domain feels strained or neglected? What would it mean to attend to that domain with curiosity rather than pressure today in one small way? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 11, Sacred Garden Mandalas for Sexual Wellbeing. Chapter 11, Sacred Garden Mandalas for Sexual Wellbeing. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we take the Sacred Garden Mandala from concept to lived practice. We'll explore how to build a personal mandala you can return to, and how to bring that same structure into relationship without collapsing your individuality or abandoning your boundaries. If you've been wanting something practical and alive, something you can actually live inside, this chapter is for you. As a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that requires your full presence and attention, please just listen and return to the reflection prompts another time. So now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your body feel the simplicity here. We're practicing orientation, not perfection. Personal and relational maps of integration. By this point in the journey, we have explored wisdom traditions, elemental qualities, emotional transformation, embodied responsiveness, and a contemporary framework for daily integration. What remains is not another concept, but a way of living inside the work. The Sacred Garden Mandala returns here not as theory, but as practice. A mandala becomes meaningful only when it is inhabited. A garden becomes alive and thriving only when it is tended. In this chapter, the mandala shifts from a conceptual map to a relational field, one that can be lived personally and shared relationally, without collapsing individuality or dissolving boundaries. Sexual well-being does not arise in isolation. It emerges in relationship with one's own body, with desire and protection, and with others, and with the wider contexts that shape meaning. The Sacred Garden Mandala offers a way to hold all of this at once without overwhelm. The personal Sacred Garden Mandala. The personal mandala is an inner landscape. It represents how you relate to your body, your boundaries, your desire, your emotional life, and your sense of meaning. At its core, it asks a simple but profound question: What does sexual well-being look like from the inside of my lived experience? This is not a static answer. It changes with seasons, circumstances, healing, and growth. The mandala allows this to change without requiring reinvention each time. The center, your inner ground. At the center of the personal mandala is your inner ground, the place of presence, authenticity, explored earlier in this book. This is where intention lives, not as a goal to achieve, but as a felt orientation. For some, the center may feel clear and accessible. For others, it may feel distant, protected, or undefined. All of these experiences are valid. The mandala does not demand clarity. It supports honesty. The center asks, what matters to me right now in my sexual well-being? The inner ring. Surrounding the center is the inner ring of protection. In the personal mandala, this ring holds boundaries, self-respect, pacing, and nervous system regulation. This ring is especially important for those with histories of trauma, coercion, shame, or chronic overgiving. Without protection, even well-intentioned growth can become re-traumatizing. Protection here is not avoidance. It is discernment. The inner ring asks, what helps me stay present without overriding my limits? The outer ring, expression and aliveness. The outer ring of the personal mandala is where sexual energy, creativity, pleasure, and expression move outward into the world. This includes how you communicate desire, how you inhabit pleasure, and how sexuality intersects with identity and meaning. Crucially, the outer ring is not a requirement. Some seasons of life emphasize integration over expression. The mandala allows that without pathologizing quiet or rest. The outer ring asks, how does my aliveness want to express itself right now, if at all? From personal to relational. While personal sexual well-being is foundational, sexuality is inherently relational. Even when practiced alone, it is shaped by cultural narratives, relational histories, and internalized expectations. The relational sacred garden mandala builds on the personal mandala without erasing it. It creates a shared field while honoring difference. This distinction is important. Many relational struggles arise when people attempt to merge at the level of the center rather than meeting from grounded individuality. The relational sacred garden mandala. The relational mandala is not owned by either person. It exists between. It is co-created moment by moment through attention, communication, and repair. Rather than asking, are we compatible? The relational mandala asks, how are we tending the shared field we are creating together? The shared center, intention and meaning. At the center is the shared intention. This does not require identical desires or constant agreement. It requires enough overlap in values and care to orient the relationship. The shared center asks, what are we committed to protecting and nurturing together? The inner ring, boundaries, consent, and safety. The inner ring of the relational mandala holds boundaries, consent, communication agreements, and pacing. This ring is often where relational breakdown occurs, not because people do not care, but because protection is misunderstood as rejection. In a healthy relational mandala, boundaries create trust, not distance. They allow each person to remain present without self-betrayal or self-abandonment. The inner ring asks, what supports safety for both of us, individually and together? The outer ring, intimacy, play, and co-creation. The outer ring of the relational mandala is where intimacy, eroticism, play, and shared meaning emerge. This includes sexual expression, but also humor, creativity, ritual, and shared pleasure. As with the personal mandala, expression here is emergent, not demanded. When the center and the inner ring are supported, the outer ring tends to organize naturally. The outer ring asks, what wants to emerge between us when safety and presence are established? The mandala as a repair tool, one of the most practical uses of the sacred garden mandala, personally and relationally, is repair. The mandala invites inquiry. Has the center been lost? Is the inner ring under-resourced? Is expression moving too quickly or being suppressed? This reframing shifts conflict from blame to orientation. It allows repair to happen without collapsing into defensiveness or shame. Living mandalas, not ideals. It's important to say clearly, no mandala is ever perfect. There will be moments when protection fails, when expression overwhelms, when intention becomes unclear. The Sacred Garden Mandala does not prevent these moments. It helps you return more quickly and more kindly. Sexual well-being is not a state you arrive at. It is a practice of tending over time with responsivity rather than rigidity. Returning to the garden. The personal and relational sacred garden mandalas are not exercises to complete. They're ways of seeing and sensing that you can return to whenever something feels confusing, intense, or alive. As we close, I want to name what we've touched. The mandala is something you can actually inhabit. The difference between a personal mandala and a relational mandala, and the way the center, inner ring, and outer ring can become a shared language for orientation, safety, and repair. If you take only one thing with you, let it be this. Intimacy doesn't get stronger by pushing expression. It gets stronger by tending the center, strengthening the inner ring, and letting the outer ring emerge at the speed of trust. Optional reflection that you may wish to pause and consider. In my personal mandala right now, what feels supported? Center, inner ring, or outer ring? What feels under-resourced or rushed? If I'm in a relationship, what would it look like to name one shared intention and one shared boundary with care? There's nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 12, Healing Journey, from Trauma to Empowerment. Chapter 12, Healing Journey, from Trauma to Empowerment. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore healing as a journey, especially where sexuality and relationship have been shaped by trauma, coercion, shame, or chronic unsafety. I want to name in the beginning, healing is not a straight line. It's cyclical, it has seasons, and it can be deeply wise to move slowly. As a reminder, if you're doing something that requires your full attention, please just listen and return when you can be safe and engaged in these inner reflections. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your body know we're not trying to, quote, get over anything. We're learning how to tend to what's here. Healing is not a straight line. It does not move neatly from pain to resolution, from broken to fixed, from wounded to whole. For many people, especially in the realm of sexuality and relationships, healing unfolds in cycles, periods of opening and contraction, clarity and confusion, strength and vulnerability. This chapter offers a way of understanding that movement without collapsing into pathology and without demanding premature empowerment. The Sacred Garden Mandala remains our companion here. Trauma is not a flaw. in the garden, it is a weather event, something that happened to the system, not something the system chose. Empowerment doesn't mean erasing the impact of that weather. It means learning how to restore trust in the ground and how to let life return at its own pace. Trauma as an intelligent response. Trauma is often misunderstood as something that went wrong inside a person. In reality, trauma reflects what the system did to survive. The body, nervous system, and the psyche adapts to conditions that exceed capacity. Those adaptations were never a mistake. They were actually signs and acts of intelligence. In sexual contexts, trauma may arise from overt harm, coercion, or violation. It may also emerge from subtler forms of disconnection, chronic boundary erosion, shame, silence, or the absence of safety during formative experiences. Regardless of source, trauma reorganizes experience around protection. Healing begins when these protective responses are met with respect rather than urgency. From fixing to tending, many people approach healing with an implicit demand. I need to get past this. This demand, though understandable, often mirrors the original experience of being overridden. The garden metaphor offers an alternative. We do not fix soil, we tend it. We do not force growth, we support the conditions. We do not shame dormant seeds, we wait for warmth and safety. In this chapter, healing is framed as tending rather than fixing. This shift reduces pressure and restores agency, two prerequisites for sexual well-being. Stages of the healing journey. While healing is nonlinear, many people recognize common movements along the way. These are not steps to complete, but orientations that may repeat or overlap. 1. Impact and disruption. This is the moment or accumulation of moments where safety was compromised. The system reorganized around survival, sensation, memory, and meaning may fragment here. So the task is not understanding, but stabilization. 2. Recognition and naming. At some point, the system begins to recognize that what happened mattered. Language may emerge, something wasn't right. This recognition often comes with grief, anger, or confusion. Here, validation matters more than explanation. 3. Seeking safety and support. Healing doesn't happen through isolation. These stages involve finding internal and external resources, regulation practices, boundaries, supportive relationships, or professional care. Safety is not assumed, it is built. 4. Reconnection with the body. Gradually, sensation becomes more tolerable. The body is no longer only a site of threat. It begins to feel like a place that can be inhabited again. This reconnection is paced, not forced. 5. Meaning making and integration. As regulation increases, reflection becomes possible. Experience can be held without overwhelm. Patterns are understood not as defects, but as adaptations. Meaning emerges organically. 6. Empowerment and choice. Empowerment is not the absence of vulnerability. It is the presence of choice, the ability to say yes, no, or not yet with integrity. Sexuality here becomes responsive rather than reactive. Empowerment without bypassing. One of the risks in healing work is premature empowerment, being told to reclaim pleasure, desire, or agency before safety is established. This can recreate harm rather than resolve it. True empowerment grows from the inside out. It arises when the system trusts that it will not be overridden again. Sometimes this means slowing down when the world encourages speed. Sometimes it means choosing rest over expression. Empowerment is not louder or more confident sexuality. It is self-honoring sexuality. Sexual healing as relational repair. Because sexuality is relational, whether partnered or solo, healing often involves repairing relationship, not just memory. Healing and sexual healing is relational. So healing often involves repairing relationship, not just memory. This may include a few simple human movements. First, learning to communicate boundaries clearly. Second, tolerating closeness without collapse. And third, discovering what consent feels like internally, not just intellectually. Relational healing is rarely perfect. Misattunement does happen. And what's really important is the capacity to notice and respond rather than freeze or appease. The role of the mandala in healing. The Sacred Garden Mandala supports healing by offering orientation when things feel unclear. First, the center helps you return to present moment truth. Second, the inner ring prioritizes safety, pacing, and protection. Third, the outer ring allows expression to emerge when it is genuinely supported. When something feels overwhelming, the mandala invites us to ask, which ring needs attention right now? This question shifts healing from self-judgment to self-care. Healing is not erasure. Healing does not mean forgetting what happened or becoming someone new. It means integrating experience into a larger sense of self, one that includes resilience, wisdom, and compassion. Many people find that over time, their relationship to sexuality changes in subtle but profound ways. Sensation becomes more nuanced. Desire becomes more discerning. Boundaries feel less defensive and more natural. These are signs of empowerment, not because trauma is gone, but because it no longer governs every choice. Returning to the garden. There will be days when the garden feels alive and days when it feels quiet. There will be moments of openness and moments of retreat, and all of this belongs. Healing does not demand constant progress. It asks for relationship with your body, your limits, your longings, and your capacity to care for yourself over time. The journey from trauma to empowerment is not about becoming fearless. It is about becoming trusting of yourself, of your signals, and of your right to move at your own pace. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Healing as cyclical and paced, trauma as an intelligent survival response, empowerment as the return of choice, and the relief of shifting from fixing to tending. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. You do not have to rush your healing to be strong. Strength can look like pacing. It can look like saying, not yet. It can look like choosing one small act of care that your system can actually trust. As optional reflections, you may wish to pause and consider. What has helped me feel safer in my body over time? Where do I notice choice returning, even in small ways? What does empowerment feel like now? Not as an ideal, but as lived experience. There's nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 13, Self-Protective Processes, from Safety to Freedom. Chapter 13, Self-Protective Processes, From Safety to Freedom. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll reframe protection as intelligence. If you've ever judged yourself for guarding, freezing, numbing, controlling, withdrawing, or people-pleasing, I want you to hear this clearly. These patterns are not failures or signs of weakness. They are strategies your system learned to keep you safe. Our work is not to eliminate protection. It's to understand it, respect it, and to help it soften only when safety is real. As a reminder, if you are driving or doing something that's important that you have your full embodied focus and attention, please come back to any reflection prompts later. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your body know we're not trying to force openness. We're building conditions for choice. Protection is not the opposite of freedom. Protection is often what makes freedom possible. Many people come to healing and sexual well-being believing their protective patterns, guarding, withdrawal, control, numbing, compliance, are obstacles to overcome. They are told to, quote, open up, or, quote, let go, or, quote, trust again, before their system feels ready. When protection is treated as a problem, the body learns that it will not be overridden once more. So this chapter offers a different understanding. Self-protective processes are intelligent responses shaped by experience. They arise when safety has been compromised, when boundaries have not been respected, or when the nervous system has learned that closeness carries risk. These processes are not signs of failure, they are signs of care. The journey from safety to freedom does not require eliminating protection. It requires befriending it, understanding its purpose, and allowing it to soften when, and only when, conditions support that change. Protection as wisdom, not pathology. Every protective response exists for a reason. Even patterns that feel limiting today once helped the system survive. In sexual and relational contexts, protection may show up in familiar ways. First, emotional distance or numbness. Second, hypervigilance or control. Third, people-pleasing or compliance. And fourth, avoidance of desire or intimacy. Rather than asking, how do I get rid of this? The more useful question is, what has this pattern been protecting? And does it still need to work this hard? When protection is respected rather than resisted, it often relaxes on its own. The nervous system's role in protection. Self-protective processes are not primarily cognitive. They live in the nervous system, shaping how the body responds to sensation, emotion, and connection. Protection may activate different nervous system strategies. First, fight responses, anger, reactivity, defensiveness. Second, flight responses, avoidance, distraction, exit. Third, freeze responses, numbness, shutdown, disconnection. And fourth, appease responses, self-erasure, compliance, fawning. None of these are choices in the moment they arise. They are automatic strategies designed to reduce threat. Healing does not require forcing new responses. It requires increasing capacity so the system has more options available. Safety before change. A central principle of this work is simple but often ignored. No protective processes will release without safety. Safety is not an abstract idea. It's a felt experience in the body, and it often includes, first, predictable pacing, second, clear boundaries, And third, choice and consent. And fourth, the ability to pause or withdraw without penalty. Without these conditions, attempts to override protection might actually deepen it. With them, protection can gradually transform into discernment. From protection to discernment. As healing progresses, protective responses and processes do not disappear, they evolve. What once manifested as rigid defense may soften into something more discerning. First, clear boundary setting. Second, attuned pacing. Third, selective openness. And fourth, self-trust. This is the movement from protection to discernment. Discernment is protection informed by awareness. It allows you to say, this feels safe enough. This does not. And not yet. Freedom in this sense is not unlimited openness. It's the ability to choose openness without self-betrayal. Protection in sexual experience. Sexuality often activates protective processes more quickly than in other areas of life. This is not a sign that sexuality is dangerous. It is a sign that it touches deeply held needs for safety, belonging, and autonomy. Protective responses in sexual contexts may include, first, difficulty staying present in sensation. Second, fear of desire or arousal. And third, difficulty receiving pleasure. And fourth, anxiety around initiation or refusal. Rather than pushing through these responses, healing involves slowing down and asking, what would help my system feel safe enough to stay present for one more moment? Sometimes the answer is rest. Sometimes it is communication. Sometimes it is boundary setting. Sometimes simply naming what is happening without judgment. The sacred garden mandala and protection. The inner ring of the sacred garden mandala exists precisely for this reason. It reminds us that protection is not secondary to healing, it is foundational. When protection is ignored, predictable patterns follow. First, the center becomes inaccessible. Second, expression becomes performative or compulsive. Third, relationship becomes unsafe. When protection is honored, different qualities become possible. First, presence deepens. Second, desire becomes more discerning. And third, intimacy becomes sustainable. The mandala offers a way to check orientation without self-blame. Is the inner ring strong enough right now? Does something need to slow down, clarify, or pause? Freedom as choice, not exposure. Freedom is often mistaken for exposure, saying everything, feeling everything, doing everything. For many nervous systems, that version of freedom feels like threat. In this work, freedom is defined differently. Freedom is choice with integrity. In this work, freedom is defined as choice with integrity. It includes, first, the freedom to engage. Second, the freedom to step back. Third, the freedom to change your mind. And fourth, the freedom to rest. When protective processes trust that these freedoms exist, they no longer need to dominate experience. Protection in relationship. Relational healing requires particular care with protection. When one person's protection is triggered, the other may feel rejected or blamed. Without awareness, this can escalate quickly. A protection-informed lens that can reframe these moments without excusing harm include, for example, Withdrawal can be a request for safety. Another example, defensiveness can be a boundary signal. And another, silence can be a need for integration. This reframing does not excuse harm. It contextualizes response, making repair more possible. When protection persists, some protective responses take longer to soften. This does not mean healing has failed. It might mean, first, the system needs more consistency. Second, deeper safety is required. And third, additional support is appropriate. Healing is not measured by how quickly protection disappears, but how kindly it is held. Over time, even long-standing defenses may become less rigid, not because they were forced, but because they were understood. From safety to freedom, again and again. The movement from safety to freedom is not a one-time transition. It happens repeatedly in different contexts and relationships. Each time protection is met with respect, the system learns something new. I'm allowed to move at my own pace. This learning is the foundation of sexual well-being that is not fragile, not performative, and not dependent on constant effort. Freedom grows where safety is reliable. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Protection as intelligence, not pathology. Safety as the condition that allows protection to soften. And freedom as choice with integrity, not exposure or performance. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. When a protective response shows up, you don't have to fight it to be free. You can thank it for what it tried to do, and then ask what would make one small degree more safety possible. Optional reflections. You may wish to pause and consider. What protective pattern shows up most often for me in intimacy? Numbing, control, withdrawal, appeasing, or something else? What might that pattern be trying to protect? What is one small condition I could tend that would increase safety by 5%? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 14, Relational Health and Communication. Chapter 14, Relational Health and Communication. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we bring everything into relationship. It's one thing to understand your patterns privately. It's another thing to stay present with another person, especially when emotions rise, needs diverge, or old wounds get touched. Here, communication isn't treated as a set of perfect phrases. It's treated as an embodied practice that shapes safety, trust, consent, and repair over time. As a reminder, if you're doing something that requires your full attention, any reflection prompts are optional, and you're always welcome to return to them later. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your shoulders drop, soften even slightly. Let your system know we can go slowly. Relationship is where everything we have explored becomes real. It is one thing to understand your own patterns, to recognize protective responses, to feel more at home in your body. It is another thing entirely to remain present while all of this is happening with another human being, with their own everything happening, especially when emotions arise, if needs are diverging or conflicting, or wounds are touched. Relational health is not measured by the absence of conflict. It's measured by the capacity to stay in relationship with experience, even when that experience is uncomfortable, imperfect, or unresolved. Communication in this context is not merely the exchange of information, it is an embodied ethical practice, one that shapes safety, trust, and intimacy over time. This chapter explores relational health as a dynamic field co-created through attention, pacing, boundaries, and repair. Communication as embodied practice. Most communication models focused on what to say, how to say it, and while language is certainly important and meaningful, it is not the primary channel through which relationship is regulated. Long before words are spoken, bodies communicate. Posture, breath, tone, eye contact, timing. These signals often carry more information than content. When communication goes awry, it is frequently because bodies are no longer regulated enough to receive one another accurately. Relational health begins not with better phrasing, but with self-contact. Can I feel my body when I'm speaking? Can I sense when I'm listening, when I'm defending? Can I pause without disappearing? These questions orient communication back to presence. Presence before problem solving. Many relational conflicts escalate because people attempt to resolve content before establishing presence. Solutions are offered before safety is felt. Explanations are given before experience is acknowledged. In the Sacred Garden Mandala, this corresponds to skipping the center and inner ring and moving straight to the outer ring of expression. Relational health often requires a different sequence. First, presence, recognizing what is happening internally. Second, protection, ensuring safety and pacing. Third, expression, sharing from grounded awareness. When presence and protection are in place, communication becomes less reactive and more responsive. Listening is not passive. It is an active form of care. To listen well, you often need to do a few simple things. First, slow down internal commentary. Second, tolerate not knowing what to say next. Third, receive impact without immediately defending. This does not mean agreeing with everything that is heard. It means allowing the other person's experience to exist long enough to be understood. In sexual and intimate relationships, listening creates safety for vulnerability. Without it, even well-intended expression can feel risky. Boundaries as communication. Boundaries are often framed as limits on connection. In reality, they are instructions for care. A clear boundary can communicate first, where I end and you begin. Second, what I can and cannot offer right now. And third, how can I stay present without self-betrayal? Boundaries do not have to be dramatic or rigid. Often they are subtle adjustments in pacing, proximity, or timing. Relational health depends not on having no boundaries, but on having communicated boundaries. Consent is an ongoing process. Consent is not a one-time agreement. It's a continuous conversation, verbal and nonverbal, between bodies, emotions, and intentions. In this framework, consent includes, first, the freedom to change your mind. Second, the capacity to notice internal signals. Third, the ability to pause without penalty. Consent is as much about self-attunement as it is about agreement with another. When people lose contact with their own inner signals, communication becomes confusing or coercive, even unintentionally. Relational health grows where consent is dynamic and respected. When communication breaks down, misattunement is inevitable. Even the most conscious relationships experience moments of rupture. What matters is not avoiding these moments, but developing your capacity for repair. Repair does not require perfect words. It requires a few simple moves. First, acknowledging impact. Second, willingness to slow down. Third, curiosity about what happened. Often the most healing communication is simple. Something didn't feel right. Can we pause and look at it together? This posture shifts the relationship from adversarial to collaborative. Power, difference, and context. Relational health cannot be separated from context. Power dynamics related to race, gender, culture, age, trauma history, or social position shape how communication is received and interpreted. Ethical communication includes awareness of power and context without collapsing into guilt or silence. It asks, whose voice feels safer here? Whose boundaries are more easily overridden? What histories might be shaping this interaction? Attending to context does not weaken relationship. It strengthens trust. Sexual communication as relational intelligence. Sexual communication often carries more vulnerability than other forms of dialogue. Desire, hesitation, pleasure, and fear can coexist in the same moment. Healthy sexual communication does not demand certainty, it makes room for, first, ambiguity, second, curiosity, third, evolving consent. It also respects that not all experiences can be fully articulated. Sometimes communication involves staying with sensation rather than explaining it. Relational intelligence grows when partners learn to read not only words, but states. Communication across time. Relational health is not built on a single conversation. It accumulates over time through repeated experiences of being heard, respected, and repaired with. Consistency matters more than intensity. And small, reliable acts of communication, checking in, clarifying boundaries, acknowledging impact, create a foundation that can hold more vulnerable exchanges later. This is how trust becomes embodied rather than conceptual. From skill to relationship, communication skills are helpful, but they are not enough. Without presence, they become performative. Without ethics, they become maybe manipulative. Relational health emerges when communication is practiced as relationship itself, a way of staying connected to self and other, even when things are uncertain. This kind of communication does not eliminate conflict, it transforms how conflict is held. Returning to the garden together. In the sacred garden mandala, relational health depends on tending both personal and shared fields. When communication feels strained, the mandala offers orientation. Has presence been lost? Is protection needed before expression? Is repair being avoided or rushed? These questions invite gentleness rather than blame. Relationship is not a static achievement, it is a living process, one that requires attention, humility, and care. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Communication as embodied practice, presence and protection as the conditions that make expression trustworthy, and boundaries and consent as instructions for care, and repair as a skill that can be learned without needing perfect words. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. When conversation gets hard, you don't have to push for solution. You can return to the sequence: presence, protection, expression, and let the relationship reorganize from safety. Optional reflections you may wish to pause and consider. How do I know when I feel safe enough to communicate openly? What signals tell me I'm no longer listening, but defending? What does repair look like in my relationship? Not ideally, but realistically. There's nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 15, Seeds for Awakening. Chapter 15, Seeds for Awakening, Poetry and Inquiry as Practice. Welcome back. I am delighted you're here. In this chapter, we shift from maps and frameworks into something more spacious. Poetry and inquiry as practice. If earlier chapters helped you name patterns and build structure, this chapter invites a different kind of integration through resonance, image, and living questions. You don't have to, quote, figure anything out here. You're allowed to listen with your whole body. Again, as a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that's important that you are fully focused with, please just listen, and any reflection prompts are here for you to return to engage with later. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Allow your attention to soften. If you notice yourself trying to analyze, see if you can return to sensation, tone, rhythm, and what words might evoke for you. Some truths cannot be reached through explanation. They emerge through rhythm, image, resonance, through language that does not instruct the mind, but touches the body. Poetry has always served this function in contemplative traditions. It cuts through argument and arrives directly in experience. This chapter invites poetry and inquiry into the center of practice, not as supplements to healing, but as pathways of integration. Where previous chapters offered maps and frameworks, poetry loosens structure just enough for something alive to move through. Where instruction reaches its limit, inquiry takes over. Awakening, in this sense, is not a dramatic event. It is a gradual resensitizing, a remembering of what has always been present beneath habit, shame, and urgency. Why poetry belongs in a healing path? Poetry speaks the language of the nervous system. Long before we can articulate what is happening, the body recognizes tone, cadence, and metaphor. Poetry allows experience to organize itself without being forced into coherence. It welcomes paradox. It allows emotion to be held without explanation. In healing and relational work, this is profoundly important. Many experiences live beyond clear narrative: longing, grief, desire, reverence, ambivalence. Poetry gives these experiences permission to exist without resolution. Rather than asking, "What does this mean?" poetry asks, "What does this awaken?" From understanding to resonance. Much of modern healing emphasizes insight, understanding patterns, naming dynamics, tracing causes. While this is valuable, insight alone rarely transforms embodied experience. Poetry works differently. It does not explain, it resonates. When a poem lands, something shifts, not because the mind agrees, but because the body recognizes itself. This recognition can soften defenses, invite grief, or restore a sense of dignity that analysis alone cannot reach. In this way, poetry becomes a gentle form of regulation, not calming or activating, but re-attuning. Inquiry as a living practice. Inquiry, as used in this work, is not interrogation. It is not a demand for answers. It is a form of listening that allows experience to speak in its own time. A true inquiry does not rush towards clarity. It creates space. For example, inquiry might sound like this. What is asking for care right now? What am I protecting? And why? What becomes possible if I do not need to decide yet? These questions are not meant to be answered immediately or at all. They function like seeds placed in soil. Something begins to grow beneath the surface. Inquiry respects the pace of integration. Poetry and sexual awakening. Sexual awakening is often misunderstood as a heightened experience, more sensation, more pleasure, more intensity. In reality, awakening frequently involves greater subtlety. Poetry supports this subtlety. It names experiences that are often ignored or shamed: vulnerability, tenderness, longing without demand, pleasure without performance. Through poetic language, sexuality can be reclaimed in a few simple ways: as a site of meaning, as a source of creativity, as a place where embodiment and spirit meet. This reframing helps release sexuality from narrow scripts and returns it to original complexity. The role of poetry in repair and integration. Poetry is especially powerful in moments of repair, after rupture, grief, or disappointment. Where direct conversation may feel too exposed, poetry allows experience to be held indirectly, symbolically. It creates a shared field without demanding agreement or explanation. In personal practice, poetry can offer simple forms of support. It can restore compassion towards parts of the self that feel difficult. It can name loss without collapsing into despair. And it can honor survival without glorifying suffering. In relational contexts, shared poetry can create connection without pressure. Inquiry without self-surveillance. One of the risks of self-inquiry is turning it into surveillance, constantly monitoring thoughts, emotions, and behavior for correctness. This is not inquiry. It is control. True inquiry is spacious. It allows uncertainty. It does not assume that the right answer is available right now. It trusts that awareness unfolds through relationship rather than force. In this work, inquiry is always paired with self-kindness. If a question creates contraction, it is not ripe. If it opens curiosity, it may be worth staying with. Poetry as ethical practice. Poetry does something subtle and important. It slows us down. In slowing down, it makes room for ethics, not as rules, but as a felt sense. It allows us to feel impact, not just intention. It helps us recognize when something is misaligned before harm occurs. In this way, poetry becomes an ethical practice, not because it prescribes behavior, but because it deepens sensitivity to consequence. Awakening without ethics becomes self-absorption. Ethics without awakening becomes rigidity. Poetry helps hold the middle ground. Returning to the garden through language. The garden metaphor returns here in a new way. Poetry and inquiry are forms of tending, not by pruning or direct growth, but by listening to what is emerging. Some poems feel like spring, new life, possibility. Some like summer, the beauty of embodying blossoming, the nourishment of fruition. Others feel like autumn, harvest, letting go. Some sit in winter, quiet, waiting. All of these seasons belong. The practice is not to stay in one, but to recognize them as they move through experience. Living questions. As this section of the book begins to close, the invitation is not to conclude, but to live with questions. Questions that do not demand resolution. Questions that accompany you quietly. Questions that deepen rather than solve. This is how awakening becomes sustainable, woven into daily life rather than confined to moments of intensity. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched: poetry as a language the nervous system understands, inquiry as listening rather than self-interrogation, and the possibility of letting meaning emerge through resonance instead of forcing it into explanation. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this: you are allowed to be moved. You are allowed to not know yet. And you are allowed to let a question work like a seed quietly beneath the surface until it is ready to open. Optional reflections. You may wish to pause and consider gently without searching for answers. What words, images, or rhythms tend to move me beyond explanation? What questions feel alive in my body right now? How does my experience shift when I allow meaning to emerge rather than be defined? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. I'd like to share with you a poem titled Sorry Not Sorry Time's Up that is part of a collection of poems that I published, Seeds for Awakening, Aphrodite and Adonis. This poem is a call to awaken collective consciousness and challenge harmful cultural scripts. This poem draws on Buddhist and wisdom traditions to remind us that true justice and healing arise when we see beyond separation and advocate for respect and compassion for all. I'd like to bring up a topic that might trigger some sensations that often get a bad name and show up inside as discomfort, guilt, or shame. The topic here is sex and the cultural mores regarding what we are being shown that we should expect to be part of everyone's hand in this sexual game. I hear some people talk about their body count and how this dating scene is like a field of war, where people fill themselves with others' likes, and numbers of followers as a way of keeping score. Somehow, sex is being equated with watching online what others have done in another place and time. I wonder if this obsession with the kind of sex people see is rendering us blind to our sexual totality. When you separate your sexual focus apart from your wise, empathic heart in order to feed your curious mind without a care from the shared place we all grow from at the start, things can be diverted to places you might not even intend to ever go, but then there you are, and bit by bit, those places become normalized and new and exciting all at the same time. I wonder if you are aware that there is another way, although it would require keeping some old habits at bay and working on learning how to expand and open your mind to ancient practices and learnings from another place and time. Are you open to expanding your beliefs and loosening your grip on some habits to allow space for a new experience of sexual states and status? If so, I'll share with you some secrets and practices of skill and wisdom from the erotic arts. You will learn to navigate desire from an enlightened place, and you'll discover that this impacts you and the world around you in profoundly positive and lasting ways. Listen up. Here is some truth. You hold in your grasp a mighty, powerful tool that can be conditioned and nurtured to love and heal, or can be trained to be unempathic, selfish, and cruel. You have choices. Therefore, you have consequences to bear when you choose to stay asleep and not wake up to care. If you're responding to this message with the defensive roll of your eyes, you just may be filtering this info through veils of denial and distortion inside that conveniently enables your lifelong practices and views. So sorry, not sorry if discomfort arises in you. Being awake to inner discomfort is necessary. Why, you ask? Because we cannot create a safe world for all if some stay comfortably numb while others continue to fall to their knees in deep, isolating pain. So ultimately, it is a choice to allow our open, empathic, soft heart to ache with another's hurt and pain. There is a collective consciousness that is rising, shining the light for us all to see. This information seems to be causing swells and surges in our sea of humanity that is rocking our boats and contributing to feelings of uneasy instability. Our deep, dark ocean is merely bringing to the surface things that for millennia have been choking the healthy life of our shared human sexuality. If now things feel quite stormy, perhaps this is to capture our attention. So sorry, not sorry, that the state of sex is brought up in our worry. Awry for millennia. Time is up to correct the imbalances and to redistribute power in fair and equal ways. We all benefit by checking in with our whole selves and assessing our feelings, beliefs, and behaviors about the sexual world we all share. The pathway to working together to solve these worldwide sexual problems is to promote respect, care, inner sanctity, and personal sexual sovereignty. We don't have the luxury of maintaining ignorance or a comfortable state of denial. We will all ultimately be responsible for how successfully we address these worldwide problems, which will determine our fate. Sorry, not sorry. Time's up. If you're interested in reflection prompts for this poem, feel free to consider the following. What cultural messages about sexuality do you want to challenge? How can we collectively advocate for sexual justice and respect? What does awakening look like in your community? For more prompts, please find a link in the show notes for this episode. When you're ready, we'll continue with Chapter 16, Ethics, Values, and Cultural Discernment. Chapter 16, Ethics, Values, and Cultural Discernment. Welcome back. I'm delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll bring ethics into the center of sexual well-being, not as moralism, and not as a set of perfect rules, but as embodied discernment. Sexual well-being lives at the intersection of desire and responsibility, freedom and care, personal truth, and collective impact. My intention here is to offer you a way to feel what is aligned and to choose what is life-affirming for you and for others. As a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that's important, if your full attention is focused, please listen to any prompts and feel free to come back to them when you have space and attention. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let the question of ethics land in your body, not just your mind. We're not looking for purity. We're looking for honesty and care. Awakening without ethics can become self-absorption. Ethics without embodiment can become rigidity. Sexual well-being lives at the intersection of desire and responsibility, freedom and care, personal truth, and collective impact. This chapter invites a way of holding ethics that is neither moralistic nor permissive, but grounded in awareness, compassion, and discernment. Rather than asking, is this right or wrong? This work asks a different set of questions. Is this aligned? Is it consensual? Is it life-affirming for me and for others? Ethics in this sense are not imposed from the outside. They emerge from relationship with the body, with others, and with the cultural fields we inhabit. Ethics as embodied discernment. Ethics are often taught as abstract principles or rules of conduct. While guidelines are important, they do not account for the complexity of lived experience, especially in sexuality, where context, power, vulnerability, and history matter. In this framework, ethics are felt before they are articulated. The body often knows when something is misaligned long before the mind can explain it. A tightening in the chest, a loss of breath, or a sense of urgency, or numbness. Embodied ethics begin with listening to these inner signals rather than overriding them in the name of desire, approval, or performance. Discernment grows when we trust sensation as information, not as command, but as guidance. Values as living orientations. Values are not static ideals. They are orientations that evolve as we grow, heal, and encounter new contexts. In sexual well-being, values may include consent and mutual respect, honesty with self and others, care for vulnerability, responsibility for impact. Clarifying values does not mean becoming certain or inflexible. It means knowing what you are orienting toward, even when situations are complex or ambiguous. Values help answer the question, what am I choosing to protect and nurture through my sexual and relational life? Consent as ethical foundation. Consent is the cornerstone of sexual ethics, but consent is more than verbal agreement. It is an ongoing, embodied process. First, internal consent. Am I saying yes to myself? Second, relational consent. Is the other free and willing? And third, contextual consent. Are there pressures or power imbalances here? Ethical discernment requires attention to all three. Consent cannot exist where there is coercion, manipulation, fear of consequence, or lack of choice. It also cannot exist when one's own signals are ignored or overridden. Practicing ethical consent means allowing space for uncertainty, pause, and change. Power, context, and cultural fields. One of the ways we can feel ethical maturity is this. We begin to value the quality of the field as much as the outcome. Cultural discernment means we don't treat sexuality as if it happens in a vacuum. We remember that power, privilege, social conditioning, trauma history, and cultural narratives shape what feels possible, what feels safe, and what feels risky. This is not about getting it perfect. It's about practicing humility, staying open to impact, staying willing to repair, and staying honest about where our blind spots might live. When you're unsure, you might ask, what pressures, spoken or unspoken, might be shaping consent here? Whose needs are being centered and whose are being minimized? Is anyone being asked to override their body to keep the connection? And if harm happens, what would sincere repair look like? Sexuality does not occur in a vacuum. It's shaped by cultural narratives, social hierarchies, and histories of harm and exclusion. Ethical sexual well-being requires cultural discernment, the ability to recognize how power operates through the following: gender norms, racialized and colonial histories, religious and moral conditioning, media and pornography, economic and institutional structures. This awareness is not meant to paralyze desire or connection. It is meant to widen the field of care so that pleasure and intimacy do not depend on someone else's silence, invisibility, or compromise. Cultural discernment asks, who benefits here? Who is at risk? Whose voice is easier to ignore? Shame, judgment, and ethical growth. Shame is often confused with ethics. In reality, shame narrows awareness and undermines responsibility. When people feel shamed, they are more likely to hide, dissociate, or act compulsively. Ethical growth requires something different: accountability without dehumanization. This includes the ability to acknowledge harm, the willingness to repair, compassion for the parts of ourselves shaped by conditioning, Ethics rooted in dignity supports change more effectively than ethics rooted in punishment. Discernment in sexual media and cultural scripts. Modern sexual culture is saturated with images, narratives, and scripts, many of which prioritize performance, domination, or consumption over presence and mutuality. Cultural discernment involves examining the following: how sexual desire is shaped by media, what scripts feel empowering versus depleting, where fantasy intersects with ethics. This inquiry is not about censorship or moral superiority. It is about choice, recognizing what influences you and deciding what you want to internalize or release. Ethical sexuality includes the freedom to question what has been normalized. Spirituality without bypassing. Spiritual language has sometimes been used to justify harm, minimizing boundaries, dismissing trauma, or overriding consent in the name of transcendence. In this work, spirituality is inseparable from ethics. Any spiritual or sacred framing of sexuality must be accountable to bodily autonomy, emotional safety, mutual respect. Awakening that bypasses these realities is not awakening. It is dissociation with meaning attached. True spiritual integration deepens responsibility rather than escaping it. Ethics in relationship. Ongoing practice. Relational ethics are not static agreements. They are ongoing conversations. They require the following: revisiting boundaries as circumstances change, communicating honestly about desire and limitation, repairing when impact differs from intention. Ethical relationships are not those without mistakes. They are those where mistakes can be named and addressed without collapse or retaliation. Choosing again and again. Ethics are not something you achieve once and carry forever. They are something you choose again and again and again, often in small, quiet moments. They show up in the following: how you listen, how you pause, how you respond when something feels off, how you care for yourself when no one is watching. In this way, ethics become woven into daily life rather than reserved for crisis. Returning to the garden with discernment. The sacred garden mandala helps orient ethical discernment. The center asks, is this aligned with my truth? The inner ring asks, is safety and consent present? The outer ring asks, how does this expression affect others and the wider field? These questions do not produce instant answers. They cultivate attentiveness. Ethics, like the garden, are tended, not perfected. You may wish to pause and consider, what values feel most alive in my sexual and relational life right now? Where do I notice tension between desire and discernment? How do I recognize ethical alignment in my body, not just my beliefs? There's no need to resolve these questions. Let them accompany you. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched: ethics as embodied discernment, values as living orientations, and consent as an ongoing process that includes internal, relational, and contextual realities. If you take only one thing with you, let it be this: ethical sexuality isn't about passing a test. It's about tending a field so that desire can be honest, consent can be real, and vulnerability can be protected. You may wish to pause and consider the following. What values do I most want to protect and nurture through my sexual and relational life? What does consent feel like in my body when it is clear and real? Where might I need more clarity around power, pressure, or context? And what support would help? There's nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. When you're ready, we'll continue with seasonal integration, plant, tend, bloom, harvest, compost. Chapter 17, Seasonal Integration, Plant, Tend, Bloom, Harvest, Compost. Welcome back. I am delighted you're here. In this chapter, we'll explore integration as a seasonal process, something that unfolds in cycles rather than in a straight line. If you've ever had an insight and then wondered why it didn't immediately change everything, this chapter is for you. We'll move through 5 phases: plant, tend, bloom, harvest, and compost, as a gentle way of listening for what your system is ready for now. As a reminder, if you're driving or doing something that requires your full attention, please come back to the reflection prompts at another time. Now, if it's available to you, take one gentle breath. Let your body know there's no rush here. Integration is not something you force, it's something you make room for. Integration is seasonal, not linear. Healing is not a straight line, and neither is integration. Integration is what happens after insight, after a meaningful conversation, a difficult memory, a tender yes, a clear no, a boundary set, or a breath taken. It is the quiet work of letting experience become wisdom in your nervous system, in your body, and in the choices you make when no one is watching. The garden teaches something trauma, perfectionism, and urgency often hide from us. Transformation moves in seasons. Sometimes you're planting, sometimes you're tending what is already here. Sometimes you are blooming, expressing, connecting, risking, creating. Sometimes you are harvesting, gathering meaning and learning. And sometimes you are composting, releasing what is no longer life-giving so it can nourish the next cycle. This chapter offers a simple seasonal framework: plant, tend, bloom, harvest, and compost, that you can use alongside the Sacred Garden Mandala and the Mindful Model of Sexual Health Domains. This is not a schedule. It's not a productivity plan. It's a way of listening for what your system is ready for and letting integration unfold at a pace that supports safety, dignity, and aliveness. A note on pacing and why slow is a skill. Seasonal work is inherently trauma aware because it assumes variability. Some days your system has capacity, some days it does not. Some weeks you feel creative and open, some weeks you need to simply rest and experience predictability. Integration respects this fluctuation instead of trying to override it. You can modify any practice. Make it shorter, gentler, less personal, or more supported. You can pause when activation arises and return to the inner ring, safety, grounding, boundaries. You can pass on any prompt that feels intrusive, overwhelming, or too soon. In this sense, pacing is not a limitation, it's a form of empowerment. Each time you choose a pace your body can trust, you strengthen the very capacity trauma often disrupts: choice. The 5 phases of seasonal integration. You can move through these phases in a month, a week, a single day, or a single conversation. You can also be in more than one phase at the same time. The purpose is not to label yourself, it is to orient. What is the most honest next move for my system right now? Plant. This is the phase of beginning. You may be naming an intention, setting a boundary, noticing a pattern, or choosing one small supportive practice. Planting is often quiet. It asks for permission more than certainty. Tend. This is the phase of care and consistency. You return to what you started. You water it. You protect it. You notice what helps and what does not. Tending is often repetitive, and that repetition is part of the healing. Bloom. This is the phase of expression. You may feel more connected, more alive, more willing to speak, create, reach, or receive. Blooming can feel beautiful, and it can also feel vulnerable. It still needs protection. Harvest. This is the phase of gathering. You noticed what has changed. You make meaning. You name what you have learned. Harvesting helps experience become usable wisdom rather than a passing moment. Compost. This is the phase of release. You let go of what no longer is nourishing: old stories, rigid expectations, protective strategies that no longer need to work so hard. Composting is not failure. It is transformation in another form. Workbook Companion. This companion workbook is designed to help you translate the invitations in this guide into lived practice. You can use it as a set of repeatable pages you return to rather than a sequence you must complete. Move slowly. Skip what does not fit. Revisit what feels alive. Your pace is part of the practice. If you have a history of trauma, coercion, shame, or discomfort, prioritize safety and pacing. Any prompt can be modified, shorter, less personal, more supported, or set aside. If you feel overwhelmed, consider reaching out to a trusted clinician or support person. Personal practice plan. What follows is a 10-step companion practice you can listen to, pause, and return to. You do not need to do it all at once. Let each step be an invitation, not an assignment. 1. Reflect on your inner garden. Ask yourself, what feels well tended in my inner life right now? What feels overgrown, protected, or dormant? And what kind of care does my system seem to be asking for? Not to grow faster, but to feel more at home. 2. Explore your sexual well-being through 2 lenses. First, the developmental lens. What capacities would support me right now? Emotional regulation, communication, boundaries, education, or attunement? Then the discovery lens. What is already present within me that can be uncovered when effort softens and presence deepens? 3. Practice embodiment. Treat your body as a temple and listen to its signals. Tension, ease, numbness, warmth, desire, resistance. Notice when your body leans forward and when it pulls back. A pause can be as meaningful as movement. 4. Use the sacred garden mandala. At the center, ask, what feels most true right now? In the inner ring, ask, where do I need more protection or pacing? In the outer ring, ask, how do I want to express myself in relationship and in the world? 5. Address protective patterns with respect. Notice the patterns that have helped you survive. Ask what they are protecting, and if it feels right, offer gratitude. Thank you for trying to keep me safe. You do not have to do it alone anymore. 6. Cultivate relational health. Practice presence before problem solving. Listen before defending. Regulate before responding. Clarify boundaries as acts of care. And when there's misattunement, practice repair rather than perfection. 7. Clarify your values. Return to the values that matter most around sexuality, intimacy, power, and care. Let them evolve. Let them become lived, not just stated. 8. Create a simple daily practice. In the morning, ground and set an intention. Midday, check in with sensation, emotion, and values. In the evening, reflect, did I stay connected to my center? Were my boundaries respected? Did my expressions align with my values? 9. Revisit and adjust. Return to the mandala regularly. Notice what feels alive, what needs protection, and what is ready to rest. Choose one small adjustment at a time. 10. Practice compassion. Offer yourself kindness as you move through this journey. Growth is cyclical. You are allowed to move at your own pace. Small steps matter. Moments of alignment matter. And rest matters too. As we come to the end of this chapter, I want to name what we touched. Integration as a seasonal process. The permission to move at the speed of trust. And the reminder that growth is not measured only by what blooms, but also what is tended, gathered, and gently released. If you only take one thing with you, let it be this. You do not have to force transformation to prove that healing is happening. You can plant one small seed. You can tend one honest truth. You can trust that even quiet seasons belong to the cycle. Optional reflections. You may wish to pause and consider, which season feels most true in me right now? Plant, tend, bloom, harvest, or compost? What is one small, kind next step my system can actually trust? What might change if I measured growth by honesty, pacing, and care instead of speed or performance? There is nothing you need to force. Noticing is enough. And as this audiobook comes to a close, I want to thank you for walking through the garden with me. May you keep returning to what is true, what is kind, and what helps life grow, season by season. Inner Sanctum. a poem about a lifetime journey of exploration and learning through the inherent suffering natural to human experiences, choosing a path of meditation and mindfulness, and discovery of spiritual realms through sacred sexuality. My inner sanctum took me years to discover because it required me to recover and heal my abandoned and wounded parts. In my journey of healing and wholeness, I traveled through the mazes of my mind, puzzled at times about which path to take that would lead me to the light and not to my true self forsake. Chose a couple of dead-end routes and learned much along the way. My journey took me places where I could collect many life lessons, from which I extracted knowledge regarding things that I did not learn about in college. This became wisdom imprinted on my soul, and year by year allowed myself to grow. I survived through the long dark night and made my way to the land of the midnight sun. I meditated step by step through a labyrinth whose path would lead me to this goal, to the inner sanctum and home for my soul. You have traveled your own unique path that brought you here, a gift we both share, our soul-filled love affair. Now, we give each other maps to the routes that take us here, to the antechamber of love's sacred door, to enter into the inner sanctum where we connect through sacred and love-inspired sex. Energy circles through me and back into you. In this inner sanctum, we share love's grace that exists beyond time and space. So for now, as we close, I want to affirm that you are already whole. Your body is not betraying you. Your inner protectors have valuable information, and you have everything you need, and you are already inside the garden. Thank you for listening to this Sacred Garden Mandala. I'm deeply grateful you spent this time with me. If this episode supported you in any way, I'd love to stay connected. So please follow or subscribe wherever you listen. And if you feel moved to either leave a review or also to share this with anybody else who might be interested in this kind of information or intimacy education without shame or pressure in a kind of a nature-based way. So please, share this episode with a friend who would appreciate this kind of gentle, body-honoring approach. And for companion resources, please visit my website at healthsasamtherapy.com. And if something resonated, let it be one small seed, so nothing to force. And you are whole. Your body has so much wisdom. Your body is not betraying you. And you are already inside this garden. Until next time, be gentle with yourself.